Alrighty. Let us go us. Biscuit? Someone say biscuit? Oh, we're really orange. What is that? Oh, you know why? It's because I put the white balance up heaps. Let me just BRB. Hold on. I'll go back to you. Go. Well, I think that back one. Oh, I turned that up as well. It's fine. It's not important. All right. We begin. Also, Amethyst is just working on her stuff while I work on my stuff. So just ignore her. She's not. She's not meant to be here. Just. It's like the joke. Of course you're meant to be here. Alright, let's go back to watering. So, water. What the hell was I doing last time? Oh, particles. Particularly. Particle. Oh, wait, no, not that. This one. Cat looks different this time? Yeah. Yeah, she got a bit bigger and more human-shaped. Also, Jerry, how you doing? EJ, good morning, good morning. It's almost morning for us. It's almost midnight. Almost AM. Okay, let me use the brain for a moment. So particles, particle how do. Where's my player start? There it is. Let's chuck it there. So this was our little spurt test. Or like splash test, basically. And we need to actually make it do the thing. So just here. I guess I could have... Yeah, okay, stop that. Okay, I could have two separate emitters. I think for the foam and stuff, we only need... I'm gonna sneeze. No. It's gone. Yeah, I think around, like, nearby, like, for these ones, and just, like, where there's foam in general... We will use the main water render target. This one here. Well, actually, it's the other one, but... Yeah, this one here with a radial fall-off. And it will only query this one. And then we'll have separate emitters for the far-away stuff. Although now that I think about it, if we want to have... big ones. Well, okay, yeah, so if we have, like, the kind of random, let's just try and place particles all around us and spawn some shit, like, particularly, like, for these waves here, not necessarily for the crashing ones. Although, I guess maybe it would be better for the crashing ones. Because I'm just thinking, over here, right? This is all the fallback render target. You can see, like, it gets foam, and the foam, you know, washes out, and all that kind of stuff. That fades out very quickly as well. But yeah, this will spawn big, splashy particles, but I also want them to happen in here. But these ones will only be... on the edges. Like, we'll scatter emitters around the edge of, you know, the whole map, basically. And do it that way. Yeah. So let's start with a new water. Inside, how's it going? Have you and chat well? Yeah, I'm pretty well. Crafted, hello. Amethyst doesn't have a mic set up, so she can't. You could yell. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Crafted? Amethyst's just hanging out doing some work. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't have my key light on because it's elsewhere. Plus, I'd prefer just working because, like, it's very dark in this room. It's just that my camera can be ultra sensitive. It's like a night vision camera. Has an update during you? Yeah, it's, you know, it's pretty cool, I guess. No, it's doing fine, I guess. No, it's actually fine, I guess. Let's see. This is working on 2D or 3D. She's doing a sculpt right now of a cat. Yeah. She's in... Yeah, true. Oh, she's doing a, Is it 30 or 31 days? 31 days of game dev month, where she does work every single day, except for yesterday. Although you can kind of... Well, okay, yes, you just didn't make a video, or are you doing that now? Okay. I guess you can kind of, like, do, like, kind of 2 in 1 day. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, and then posting that on, like, TikTok and Shorts and Instagram and whatnot. So if you're interested, you can follow... What is it on TikTok? Amethyst Makes Game. Amethyst Makes Game, like singular game. But then everywhere else, it's Amethyst Makes Games, I believe. Yeah. So if you want to see her perspective, you could go check that out. But at the moment, there's just, you know... Jed, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for the resub. Woohoo! Subscribe for 12 months. I forgot to cancel. It happens to me all the time. Every time I, like, get Prime again, where they, like, offer a free month. Yeah, I always get the free Prime month, get some free shipping, get Amazon Prime, and then forget to cancel it. Yeah. Alright, let's do a... I'll just make it all messy for now. Let's go to FX. We go to... So I guess this has to be a... no, it should be fine. It's very cool with the red and blue lights. I mean, this is just what it always looks like. Doesn't it? Yeah. Maybe my profile did reset. My color profile. Because the SD card's not in it. So it doesn't have the... So maybe it's just like giga saturated now. I swear it was like this last time I streamed. Let me have a look. It's just a deeper blue. Yeah, okay. My normal aqua. Yeah, that's like the same. The same. But just a different blue. Oh, again, that's without the key light on. But then, with the key light on, it is a different thing. Where's my dumb head? Well, it's just interesting to, you know, compare the pair. Yeah. Alright, so how are we going to do these dang particles? I guess we want to just start with a system. This is called empty, completely empty. Fantastic. So let's go pscape underscore water, maybe general water. Let's call it water splashes. Water splashes local. Yeah. Water splashes local. So in here, we need to on emitter update. So what do we... Oh, this needs to be GPU. Interpolated spawn... Where is what? At significant cost for spawning, but will produce much smoother spawning for high spawn rates. True. Calculate bounds is fixed and never thingo. Smoother? Oh. Are you negatives? Oh? Huh? Yeah, is it like negative smoothing? Is it because you're working on that side, not the other side? Because that's the mirrored side? Maybe? That shouldn't really. Yeah, true. Yeah. Because I know if you have the smooth brush and you invert the smooth brush, it noises it. So what if you do it without? Like this drum. Yeah, just with regular. What the You're on your own on that one. How long's your stream today? I'm gonna stream for exactly 6.25 hours because Amethyst has to get an early train, and I have to drive her to it. So I'm just gonna stay up all night, and then you know. How does the stream full duration? But I really appreciate the work. Hey, all good, Prevail. It's I mean, to watch the entire stream, you would have to have the whole day off and just be doing nothing, but, you know, but watching. Oh, I'm so excited to get all this stupid water done, though. Beautiful lesbian couple. Thanks, Mozart. I pretty much am just a lesbian with a beard. Yeah. Yeah. Doom, it's going good. I hope you are well. Come to the end of the water. Yeah, yes. This is just the fallback water, which honestly looks pretty good just by itself. But yeah, I'm doing the particles now, and then there's just a couple of things to do. I could release a like a beta version of the plugin, which is, you know, like doesn't have. Also, why are they, I guess they're not very big, are they? Which doesn't have like the river fallback thingo and like the ocean manager, like ocean optimization manager. I don't know. Like they're things that I'll need to do eventually, but for now they're probably fine. Probably won't have the buoyancy in the first update either. Alright, that is just... Yeah, cool. What renderer are you using? Unreal deferred rendering with... what's it called? No lumen and no nanite. And I think it's DirectX 11. Yeah. All right. Particle. So on Emitter update, we want to do. I guess this is just a spawn rate. I don't really want to do a grid. Spawn MS Vertex. Spawn particles from other emitter. Spawn from data channel. Okay. Yeah, I think we just do a rate. Well, like, is there a... Okay, there's no other spawn. Render. No. Texture? Gas texture update. Ugh. Yeah, I think we just do spawn rate, and we do the old is there stuff here. Emitter life cycle fix issue. That's on... So this is gonna do emitter state, life cycle is system is... It should just be looping. Infinite. Then we want to... So particles spawn... I guess sphere location. Doesn't really matter if they're up or down or left or... It matters if they're left or right. Basically up and down. We don't want to... Dick width. Sphere radius is 20... meters? Yeah, radius, yeah. Distribution, random. I mean, I don't really want it to be a sphere. I can do a cylinder. But can that do distribution? To lathe the exterior? No, maybe I will just do sphere. Surface distribution. Not uniform. I guess random. Hemisphere distribution. Because I want more in the middle. But more... less out towards the very edges. Because, you know, if we're standing here, we want to see all the ones around us. Just project where you try stuff or game gonna release on Steam. Yeah, so like Crevea said, this is for a plugin. My interaction plugin. I think there is, yeah. Exclamation mark plugin. I think that links to the thing. Or login. But yeah, what I'm working on at the moment is like real-time water. Does it not work? Maybe the bot's dead, I don't know. But yeah, so this is like real-time water simulation. Just around the perspective. So this is all real, well, not real, but runtime water. So you can see it actually goes and it flows up the rocks and then drains away and whatever. All that good stuff. And then at a distance, it's still kind of has some, you know, like it will suck down over that. And we're doing the particles today. And then everywhere else, it's just a kind of fallback mesh. But the plugin also deals with, yeah, like grass and foliage interaction and all that kind of stuff. Waves have gotten, yeah, they look pretty decent, especially since, like, considering they don't have any particles yet. I think once particles are in there, it's gonna be bangarang. Demo plan in the near future? Yeah, so this plugin will have a demo that you can download and play around with. But the game will still be like, I don't know, another year or so until it's demo ready. Just because, like, it's in the middle of a really big refactor, which, wow, that's really tall. It's kind of a bit nuts. Yeah, giant refactor, which it's very, like, the whole game is very, like, framework dependent. As in, there's no point sort of, like, it's going to be the first game I'm not going to pirate? Hell yeah. I honestly don't mind if people pirate. If someone goes through all the effort to, you know, pirate my shit, it's like, okay, well, you need it that badly. But yeah, blah, blah, blah. What am I trying to say? I've totally forgotten. Something about the game. Right, yeah, game. Big refactor, it's a framework heavy game. Right, yeah, there's no point me kind of like, I feel like with a lot of, like, devlog stuff, or just, like, you know, YouTube game dev stuff, people tend to, you know, it's like, oh, I need to do a devlog every month or something at least. And so they kind of, like, rush features out just to, like, have something to show and to show off and keep people interested and all that kind of stuff. Or every day for a whole month. I think it was a bit different because it's, like, just little snippety dudes. But yeah, I want to avoid that. Because, like, yeah, I could implement all of the combat and stuff and have a good video and have some cool stuff to show off really quickly. But a lot of the combat relies on a lot of other stuff. And a lot of that other stuff relies on other stuff. Which is a part of this other big thing, and it's like, yeah. So, I'm gonna be kind of avoiding, you know, kind of just like, because, like, I've done that all before, right? Like, the previous devlog series got pretty much to, like, the point where some people would have been like, all right, yeah, all the systems are done now, it's time to make content for the game. But there was just, like, a lot of stuff that needed to be, or not, like, you know, I could have gone and continued the game from that point, but it wouldn't have been, in the end, like, the final game that I was, you know, trying to deliver. So that's my whole story. Alright, let's get these water splashies going. So this is called Water Splashes Local. In our... Is it in the Ocean Manager? No, it's in the Escape Manager. Right, so there is the main sim grids, but do I spawn something on begin play? Also, what happened here? Where's all the damn water? Okay, it's fine. It was only the beginning. You mean beginning? I don't get it. Beginning. I don't get it. I don't know any memes. I don't know any memes after, like, the 1990s. Yeah. Mostly, is everything game in BP? Most of it is, although I think what I'm probably going to do is do everything in Blueprint originally, and then kind of like port it over to C++, you know, the things that need to be C++ed. Mainly because I want to kind of open or like make the game source available so people can like look through it and learn and do all that fun stuff. Which means, yeah, like it kind of needs to be Blueprint for like people to get the most out of it, or for the most people to get the most out of it. And it would also, I don't know, I've never done Unreal Engine modding before, but I know that you can like what was that game? Was it Conan? Conan Exiles has like it's basically like Unreal Engine, or it literally is Unreal Engine. And they have, like, a developer kit. Yeah. But it's obviously, like, a scaled down. Like, it doesn't have all the asset. Like, every asset kind of thing. I don't know. 200. That doesn't sound... It probably... I don't know. But yeah, I've seen people do that for, like, Mordhau as well. And Chivalry. Like, using Unreal Engine to create maps for the games, using the game's assets. So, yeah, I guess you just have like a kind of, yeah, like a modding branch. Then you let people DL. But yeah, that would be giga cool. Alright, let's, Water Splasher, PC Manager. So I think I was doing... Was I doing it in here? No, where was I? Oh, that's the viewport. Yeah, okay. I know that I was spawning. Maybe it is in the Ocean Manager. Please go. Ocean Waves Manager. Begin play. No? Where the hell did I put this particle? Oh, is it on the character? It's probably on the freaking character. That makes no sense. Player. It is. Oh no, that's the Ocean Waves Manager. Wait, what? No, that's the... Sorry, I'm literally all over the place. I've got no clue what's going on. Where's like the components list? Like what the fuck is going on here? What happened to my... Oh, it's here. Da 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 da. Niagara. Ocean splashes. There it is. Okay. We eat it. Okay. Now we close and we open. So boogery. New water. Okay, so if we go to our P-scape manager, the real manager, we go to the component list and we give it a Niagara particle system component. Let's call this the P-scape water splashes local. I wonder if I can... I don't think too much about it. I'll just do this first. I was thinking like water mist needs to be a thing as well, but I can... This is going to try and spawn particles everywhere. But... oh god, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I want to handle it. All I want to do tonight and today and tomorrow, I just want to get all of the functions built to then, you know, to do stuff. Actually, Niagara buoyancy one is probably a good starting point as well. So let's go in here. We've got this guy. When we go init component to follow, that's post tick. New component to follow. We also want to get this guy and attach to. Attach component to component target, and the parent is going to be the component to follow. Bam, bam, bam. Don't really care about the positioning. Location rule, snap to target, snap, keep that same. Probably keep, yeah, just location. That should keep well. Weld simulated bodies, don't need to. By the time we have a viable game, AI can 100% convert to C++ for us. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Have there been many, like Unreal specific AI tools built yet? I feel like we need them. I'm guessing that like Unreal 6 is gonna be very fucking, I don't know. I feel like it's just gonna do yeah. We're gonna get AI. We're gonna get AI'd. For sure. We're gonna put AI in all our shit. I can't tell, is this deducting from that? No. Yes. Shife, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Also, Stormrun, how's it going? Mind if I send us on a bit of a tangent? Go for it. I am Tangent Man. They call me the Tangent. Tangent Master. So been an AI plugin for 5.x not too long back at Unreal Fest. I think that was about doing like interfacing like deep learning models in the engine. Which I think they've already implemented, actually. I think there is like an API or some shit. How dynamic spawn tutorials flying around the engine to highlight where you need to look at what it is achieve what you asked. True. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah. So you mean like these bits? Or just the entire thing? Because yeah, this is Prismatiscape here. For these ones, I would look at Niagara ribbons. Which I have a tutorial about ribbon particles. Yeah, that would just be straight up ribbons. You could spawn them like out from the hand or something. That's not even that much of a tangent, you know? Just ribbon particles. Alright, let's do our splashies. Water splashes local. Let's just get them spawning stuff in a sphere. We also need to do initialize particle. Initialize particle. This is going to be lifetime, I don't know, 4 seconds, whatever. Color, red. Position, simulation position. Yeah. Mass mode, don't care. Sprite attributes, uniform. Or random uniform. No, we want them kind of bigger. We'll go 50 to 100. I'll go 25 to 100. Or that New York AI thing with the NPCs. Yeah, I think for the NPCs it was... Pardon me, I've got the hiccups. Was that just for the text? I've always liked the idea of using a language model to like generate text. I know Mydrong's doing like procedurally generated quests and dialogue that way. The only kind of downside, well, I guess if you could get it running locally and if you had a more focused like training data set, it could maybe be, you know, maybe the response to AI not function. Yeah. Well, I know Mydrong's been doing, using, I forget what model it was, but giving it the ability to, the names of places in the world, and it can decide where to, where to take you and who to talk to and that kind of stuff. And give some background on some characters just like on the fly. Which I think's really cool. Because yeah, you could just say like, hey ChatGPT, blah blah blah, here's all the context. Here's a list of 20 in like square brackets or some notation to like make the character, scratch their head or look sad or, you know, itch their balls or whatever, and then ChatGPT would insert those actions into the dialogue. Like, you know, you could format it and whatever. But yeah, I think the only thing I might use AI for is for, and again, I don't really know if I want to do like any voice acting. I feel like voice acting for the text would be good for like people that can't read fast, you know? Or like have dyslexia or whatnot, or like vision impaired. And having like AI, because like you could have voice actors. You could give them a giant, or like you could have like the only problem with in my game, for example, is that like a lot of the dialogue is like, you know, interjected with, you know, item name, this thing, or like item color. You know, like, oh, I really like that, you know, hey, I really like that red hat that you're wearing, you know. So I think having voice actors do like a giant, like all of the dialogue that would be, I guess, bespoke, and maybe some more that goes into the game, but then also generate voices on the fly for all of those, you know, all the in-between words. Because it has to be like, yeah, procedurally generated dialogue needs procedurally generated voice lines. If there were going to be voice lines. Excellent different characters use AI to expand on it. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you could choose, like, oh yeah, like this really gruff, you know, generic blacksmith character. Sounds like this. He's got a Scottish accent for some reason. And, you know, give it a big training dialogue. And then expand on it, you know. And then I think the other no-brainer is to use language models to write dialogue in the first place. So, like, you could have a bunch of necessary, you know, text lines that you need, but then you could say, hey, ChatGPT, here's a list of, you know, 2,500 voice lines. Can you take each of them and rewrite it from like a posh royal, you know, how like a royal noble would say it, or like how a lowly, uneducated peasant would say it, or whatever. So then you've got that one kind of baseline, you know, all the things that characters would possibly want to say with, you know, item name and descriptor and, you know, character name 1, you know, or the tags and whatever. But then, yeah, you just get an AI to generate all the variations of that. And then if you add, you know, like, oh, we have this, you know, group of characters that they live underwater, and so they don't know about, I don't know, maybe there's some turn of phrase about, like, I don't know, threading the camel through the eye of the needle. Or what's it called? No, pushing the camel. That's the camel. It's some biblical thing. But maybe these underground or underwater people don't know what a camel is, and so, like, that would be something you'd want to remove. So yeah, there's definitely, like, a lot of time savers. Nice package. All right, shape location, blah, 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 particle update. What's it called? What's the fucking... What's this one called? Does it need... How do we kill them? Fuck it, whatever. Sprite. Sprite renderer. Oh, did you save? Yeah. Subdivide or multi-res? Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that is any... or would be any better. I don't know. What's the... Oh, the spawn rate is 0. Okay, so these are spawning. Cool. As like as you come to pass through the eye of a needle. That's it. That's the one. We out here Jesusing.
I've never heard that.
No, you haven't? Yeah, probably. Alright, we have some dudes spawning. How many... Yeah. Yeah, quite. Jesus was harsh sometimes. Oh, yeah. Jesus was a real gangster. Alright, we got red dots. Very, very cool. I feel like they're never dying. I don't know if that's if that's my fault, or... Yeah, they're literally never dying. Why is this? What's the fucking particle update? It's not initialize. It's like... I know there's like the solve forces and velocity, but what's the other one? Is it lifetime? Particle state. That's it. Alright. Kill particles when... Blah, 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 blah. Cool, cool, cool. And now they are... Yes, they are appearing and then disappearing very quickly. Sweet. Mexican Jesus is a gangster? Hell yeah. Oh, good, Shife. Have a good one. And thanks for dropping in. Okay, so we need a new scratch pad module. I can turn this into a thing. So let's call this snap to water surface. I should call it P-scape snap to. Snap to water surface. Which water surface is also land surface? Or if it is like... Because, like, we can have water on land without water. You know what I'm saying? Huh? What? Yeah. We can have water on land without water. Like this. This is water on land, but without water mesh. Yeah. Gotcha. So I think I will need to actually get the runtime virtual texture sample. Although I could use distance fields. Shit. I could use distance fields. That'd probably be cheaper than using the land height. Although that would... I'll go with this for now. Ooh, landscape height. RVT. Then we need the water. This would be a render target 2D. Or is it texture render target? I think it's texture render target, which can be sampled. No, that's not it. It is render target 2D. This is our water. Water velocity. RT. Which we can set these to. I can set the defaults on them, right? Surely. Any idea if in the future you would do a fur shader? Would be insane to also connect to Prism Metascape Wind, Imagine Monster with fair ranking logo wind attacks? Yes, I do plan on going on a big furry tangent at some point. Yeah, like bone fur, like Shadow of the Colossus, kind of, you know. Yeah, if you've ever seen Shadow of the Colossus remake, like that. But essentially, like the gist of it is flashbang. If you imagine a leg, the leg of a beast, I don't know, or a back or whatever, I don't know what the fuck it is. Then you've got your fur cards, you know, like this. What? Ah, right. Yeah, well, I was thinking a combination of fur shells and fur cards. Although, honestly, shells and cards end up being the same poly count. But you can have cards that essentially stay flush with the leg. But here are my ideas about using fur cards or hair cards. Shells don't hold up as well close up. Yeah, exactly. They're useful for like. Oh, why am I recording? They're useful for like stubble level hair, you know, where like it needs like a little bit of pizzazz coming out, but like, you know, you don't want to have like cards everywhere. There's a girl, yay, hell yeah. It's amethyst. Fucking hell. Nearly broke my front teeth. Oh my god. Anyway, idea for this is you have a donger bone. It's called a donger, like a bell donger. It's actually what I call it, at least. So you have donger bones in all of the limbs or the places that need fur, and then you weight the tip of the hair cards to the donger bone, while the rest of it is weighted to, you know, to the leg or the limb. So when the donger bone, or let's say like the leg moves, and then the leg stops, and then the donger bone will continue going a little bit. You know, use like kawaii physics or anim dynamics or whatever on the donger bone. And then that donger bone causes the cards to all, you know, sway. You know, like separate but also linked to the leg. So that's one cool idea. It's the same way it's literally jiggle physics, but for cards, hair cards. It's literally jiggle physics, but for furries. And then the other idea is you Vertex paint the tips of the cards, which you'd probably be doing anyway for various reasons, I guess. But then what you could do is you can make all the hair stand on end by expanding just these ones along Vertex normals. So you could have like a cat with like a tail, you know, with like cards and shit along the tail. But then you could have like a tail mask, and then you could make it puff up just using some Vertex color and Vertex normals. Or you could do it with a bone. You could have like you could just scale up the donga bone, or like yeah, in the X and Y dong, so that these would go out like that more. Yeah. Yes, that is her real name. It's a lovely purple stone. You're my lovely purple stone. Stone girl. Donga sounds like an Australian thing. Yeah, donga or danga, or like dinger. Yeah. I think it is a very Australian. Is it? True. Drongo? True. Dongo? Amethyst is working on the cat model for her game. She's doing sculpting, which is very fun. We used to raise our dongers in chat. I don't understand. You can look at Amethyst's YouTube shorts if you want to see what she's doing. Oh my god, that is not... It's break 4. Break. Wait, why can't I break... Oh, it's linear color. It would be really cool to do with feathers. Yeah, exactly. Right, particle location. No, it's called position, isn't it? Right, because it's a 64-bit. Oh, and I can then just yeet that there. Why am I wet? Oh, is that the coughing bit? But maybe I just peed my pants. I don't know. I don't know memes past 1998. Yeah. I'm old. I'm so old. I'm nearly as old as Amethyst. Okay, now the UV's here. How the fuck do I do this? I can do Niagara param collect. No, I'd have to do that. How can I get dependencies in? I don't know. Ads are playing. I'm gonna BRB. I'm back. Okay, so how do these do the thing with the stuff? Because I want this to be like parameter input map, input parameters. What are they called? Collection. Collision. Grid to diggy collection. No, so I'd have to feed that in from another dude. Let me just go create asset. Pscape snap to water surface. Save. And now we're in here. And this should have defaults for... Does it? Can I like change type, change namespace? It wouldn't be local because that can't... I mean, that can have a default. I think it should just be input. But I want them to have a default. Which is in... Oh, it's in user params? No, because there's no... What is this called? Landscape. Or land interaction. Right. RBT. Yeah, how the hell do I get their defaults? Crash apply, script details, library visibility. Click on that? No. Is it over here? No. What am I missing? Input preview. There's nothing there. Hierarchy. Oh, hold on. Parameters editor. Let's do that in there. Okay, no, that's a fucking nightmare. Let me just open that up. Okay, so now I can give these a default. Default mode. So the value of this parameter to a parameter map get node? Just let me fucking... Binding... No, it's a binding. Custom is... not custom. Add this parameter to a parameter get node. What does that mean? Parameter map get. That's what this is. It's literally right there. Maybe because it's not being used anywhere. Let me just do set position. This is called position. You are... No, that's in particle. Can I just do it particle? Position. Particles position. That's the one. Remove. Bam, bam. Let's get this guy. Break. And then we're gonna make... Nope. We're gonna make... Position. Oreo, who's the girl? Never seen her before in the stream. It's Amethyst. She occasionally makes an appearance when it's either too cold in the other room or when she desperately has work to do that can't wait. when I let her out. But she also streams. There you go. You can click her profile and then you can follow her. She's going to be streaming a lot more often. Heaps more often. Yeah, true. True. Oh god, my left. Fuck. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Jed. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my damn mouse. I'm so angry. Alright, let's see. So now that that's... Well, yeah, actually, yeah. Yep. Keep her in the fridge and only gets out when you need something modeled. Yeah, fair. Can I do these now? Hierarchy, landscape height, RVT value to set the T value. Add this parameter to a parameter map get node. I've fucking done that. I've literally fucking done it. Like, what do you mean? Like, compile, apply, compile. Binding, value. To get... What do you mean? Let me get the fucking thing. This one also can't set the value. Like... This is so dumb. Also says that's being used 0 times. Land... Oh, wait. Okay, that one's not there. But these ones... Land interaction height. Value. But then... There's no actual default value to set. Add section, add category. Like, just let me set a default value in... this module. Why won't it just work? Window or asset? No, window, hierarchy editor, versioning, blah 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 blah. Script details, provided dependencies. Array of IDs of dependencies provided by this module to the other modules on the stack. Required dependencies from other modules on the stack. What does that mean? What's a dependency? Oh, it has an ID. Pre-dependency, post-dependency, same script, all scripts, required version. Okay, so that's not what we need. How can I set the frickin' default values? Like, I just want to, like, you know, set the texture default. I don't know. Thomas, if you displace an underground water mesh upwards, how do you give the water size? I don't know how much doesn't have visible edge when viewed from the side. It should... I'm not really sure I understand. Single layer water not compatible with nanite tessellation. I've got no idea. But it should be. It should be fine. But knowing nanite, it's, you know, maybe. Yes, Amethyst a good modeler. Modelist. Hmm? Oh, right. Yeah, no, she also did the humanoid prismatic characters. The naked people. This one. Let's see. Although they're in a star jump pose at the moment. Well, yeah. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, any skeletons in the chat? Giga abs? Yeah, true. Actually, I did this one. Technically. Well, yeah, with your base. Yeah. Yeah. I did the skinny man. But yeah, I literally actually, is it in here? Oh god. This is my trick, right? Oh well, he's in the wrong pose. But can I just get the armature and just set you? Wait, where's rig armature rest position? There we go. Yeah, so you can see like the skeleton of the character is what I used for like this. I literally just shrink wrapped it over. I like put a skeleton inside the character. See, I thought this was a good idea. I thought this was pretty smart. Like, put a skeleton in the character, and then you can also see, like, you know, where things are supposed to go, like where the shoulder blades are and whatever. Yeah. And then on top of that, you can... Oh, what happened to the... Oh, no, that's just the muscles. Yeah, you can, like, shrink wrap the character to the skeleton. And then it also doubles up as, like, a gore system as well. You could, like, you know, take a big chunk out of the fella. Like, mask out the thing. And then it's like, oh, there's a skelly boy in there. Yeah. So this is all Amethyst's work. On the sculpting side of things. What were the other ones we had? The big muscle man. Beef man. Skinny man, and then Booba. Booba slider. And then Fatty. Oh, and Olge. Old Saga. Whoa. So we can have like 0.4 old, slightly fat, masculine sort of boobs. Yeah. So it's very exaggerated, like all the details and stuff. Just for the cell shader. Honk. There we go. Hell yeah, dad bod. Me right now. I've gotten a bit fat lately. I got a bit fatter.
He's fine.
I'm fat. Guys, I'm fat. I have a bit of a belly. Maybe I'm just bloated. Who knows? Nailed my body type? Hell yeah. Represent. Okay, what was I looking up? UE5 Niagara custom module default param. You can find it automatically use mob. In the parameters, create a new parameter. Yeah, but I can't do that for like, okay, yeah, if I had parameter, and I was like, oh yeah, get, I don't know, a float value called ball sack. And then I click on the ball sack. And I go to default value, and it's got, yeah, okay, it can take a float or whatever. But for these ones, I can't specify the texture that I want them to be putting through. So, yeah, I can do a binding. I don't even know what fucking custom is. Default texture reference. Render module reference for Niagara effects. Particle update group reference for Niagara. Particle update modules are called every frame. Blah blah blah. Is there a way to set default values to custom Niagara parameters? Messing around with the Niagara product system made an exposition that I like. However, I would like to make the size can be dynamically set for blueprints in the editor. Blah blah blah. Top blue tabs is where you set default values. Yeah, but this is a custom module. Where can I... Because, yeah, this one has a default value. This one has no default value. The only thing I can think of is, like... I don't know. Default mode. Yeah, I can't bring in... It's because it's like an... I don't know. I fucking hate this shit. I just want it to be a... Just like, you know, the velocity texture by default. What's this do? Input parameters, common data interface, texture, render target 2D. New input. Preview render type, bitmap generation. No, that's... Is it an output parameter? Like, what is this? What? Inherit Ds. Right, no, that's that. Okay. Conversion utility? No. And dependency just means it's, yeah, like an ID. It doesn't actually have anything in there. How can I just get my fucking... Give me the damn texture. Like, I just want the texture. Module locals, enterprise, stack context sensitive, station ranges. Niagara parameter collection I can get, which is handy, but special value which has a single bool, particles live on it. What is that even? Like, I can do this and get from pscape simulation size world space and Priz. That escape. Water render target location. Water RT location. XY. So like that's cool, but I still can't. Can I just like get texture from here? No. Can I set it? No. Like, if I could just do it in here, then it would be fine. Like, get... Like, RVT? Something? No. You know C++ Kung Fu? I don't. I don't know the magic. Well, look, I think the best I can do is cry heaps. So that shouldn't be stack context. That's particles. Engine provided, simulation position. Actually, if this is in, I guess simulation size does matter. Well, look, I can just set them manually. I don't care. If we were... So this is to snap them to the water location. This UV here, I'm going to have to convert position to... Yeah, I probably don't need this one, actually. Because the particle system... Oh, no, you know what? Yeah, no, I'll do it this way. I don't want to... Because, like, for something over here, if we wanted to snap particles and they weren't bound around us, then... Yeah. So let's do water, RT location, the current position. If the location was at 0, this is at 100. That would be position minus 0, 0 gives us the relative location. Then relative location needs to be divided by the simulation or the render target size. Divided by that. Although... There's a difference whether we do it on the, you know, in the simulated zone versus in the emulated zone. So, like, this is all simulated water. But all of the stuff out here is emulated water. And then everything out here is fake, not real. But in order to do, yeah, emulated and simulated. Maybe that's what I should. Maybe I should have called it the emulated water. What the fuck is it? Oh, it's this one. So this would be the. That doesn't make sense. Let's go convert. Also, I should be playing RuneScape right now. Although you're using my third monitor. So rude. What? Ah, the laptop. You can have 2 monitors. Yeah, true, true. TRU? Yeah. Oh yeah, true, you have actually bought it. Oh god, the double music? Alright, hold on. Let me just turn sound down. And let me get my axe real quick. My beautiful steel axe. So efficient. Alright, let's go to Edgeville. I'm already like nearly 70 wood. Started Iron Man, gotta say Violent makes it so much. Yeah, we've keen to get like all the new content going. We're doing the free to play experience, or like free to play Quest Cape, I guess Champions Guild, and then doing members, just so I can like, you know, nostalgize. Yeah, we did Group Iron Man, which is lots of fun. I think Group Iron Man's like the perfect way to play the game, because it's like Iron Man, where like you have to play all of the content of the game, but you can, you know, play with friends and all, like, you know, you can like share some resources, like boost each other and kind of split tasks and whatnot. Doing good with my buddies, ton of fun. Yeah. Oh, what kind of bugs? Like group storage items going missing? Apparently. Sometimes. Yeah. So, true. Yeah. But that's, even then, that's kind of like RuneScape classic nostalgia. Where like even only one person could talk to a banker at a time. Crazy. Yeah, Sandbox, how's it going? I need to... Before I do... No. Because it goes from 1 to 0. What does that look like? Hold on. Haven't met the right banker. True. Alright, let's say our position is here. The particle spawns over here. And it's like 100 units away. And then I have this big fat boy, which is 1,000 units or whatever. And I want to... So this would be 100 there. That would be like negative, blah, blah, blah. So I'd need to first... scale... Wait, hold on. How do I... You know what? I was already doing this, actually, in another one. Why don't I just copy my old homework? Yeah. What? That's a great question. I will shortly. Recently WG, so now a bit better. Okay. You're all freed up. Hell yeah. What have you been working on, Sandbox? Also, question from Amethyst for everyone. Stylized cat, or just cat model in general, does it need a butthole? Like, well, I mean, it's kind of like a global question, you know? Because I feel like cats... I feel like with cats, they kind of need a butthole. I feel like cats need buttholes. I feel like other animals don't, but because cats always have their tail up... Well, yeah, I guess? Is it though? I feel like just in general. Well, okay, so context, the game is a life sim, like a Sims-like. Just add a pixelate filter. True, true. The dog butthole that looks like Jesus. I think I have, actually. I think I have seen that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like Jesus toast, but a dog's butthole. You know? What try count? Oh no, we're going to use Gaussian splatting for it. For that Ultra HD. Good wording. Gaussian splatting. Butthole. What's the consensus? What do you mean, why? Well, it's like, okay, like in like cartoons and stuff, you always have like cats that have their tail up. Usually there's like a little X or something. Like a little cross where their butthole is. You know? Yeah, not like super detailed. Not like internal modeling and stuff. Like just like an impression of a butthole. I always find it weird, right? That like in like games, you see like these giant monsters that like don't have much fur or whatever, like big hulking monsters, whatever, that are like sort of bipedal. They're like doing this shit, and they've just got like this smooth pelvis, you know? I feel like big hulking beasts need like big hulking dongers. Do you know what I mean? Or at least like some impression of, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. How do you know if there's a weak spot there or not, if you can't see anything? Huh? MasterCard would definitely want Prismatic to be shut down. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's a fair assumption. Yeah, true. Maybe maybe Prismatica will be Bitcoin only, or even better, Prismaticoin. Prismaticoin. It's funny. All right, let's get. This is the velocity one. I think A is the foam amount. So that sets the position. Right, that's just the position, isn't it? So where am I fucking... What are they called? Let's compile. And then... what the hell am I doing? Render target. Wave velocity, water velocity. So this one has the foam in A. Foam in A. B is the world position, isn't it? Is it the world position or is it the offset? No, it is the world position of the water. Yeah. Yeah. So then if I said... So that was B in velocity. So then B... we want to use max. So whichever is higher. Bam, bam, bam. Schwam, schwam, schwam. Then we want to... What's the error? Implicit truncation from vector 4 to vector 2. Huh? Oh, that... Okay. My bad. That one is a linear color, right? Because it's a dude. It's a dude, man. So that needs to be converted. Converted. Bam to Where's a twofer? There we go. And X, Y. And this goes into there. That goes there. As for now, I'll keep as free agent plan to shift my project from prototype to pre-production stage. At WG, last thing I did, metallic deformation. 2 meshes, normal undamaged state. In Blender, make a shape key, store the W into UV2 and 3. So X, Y into UV2, Z into red of UV3. And in Unreal, unpack those text code to build WPO vector for masking out areas using 2 approaches with the Vertex paint. RVT decast. Okay, okay. Right, so the whole... So you have, like, the whole vehicle in, like, a clean state. And then you do the whole vehicle in its kind of damaged state as a shape key. And then you bake that shape key into Vertex data, or into UVs. And then you use Runtime Vertex paint, or just any kind of masking to change it from this to that smoothly. Cool. That's dank. God, that's a good idea, doing it into UVs and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, 100%. And then, yeah, you can, like, do it at, like, 50% in this area and 100% in this area and all clean over there. Because you couldn't do runtime shape keys because you can't mask shape keys in Unreal. It's either like the whole shape key or none of it. Yeah. UVs work with nano when Vertex color breaks upon clustering. True, true. Yeah, gotcha. You could even do, what's the... You could do bit packing with the UVs. You might be able to get it into one UV channel. If it's 32-bit UVs, because I know you can allow or enable 32 or like high precision UVs for nanite if you're using them for like data and whatnot. Because yeah, you could store 2 16-bit floats in a 32-bit channel, so you could pack 4 bits of data into one UV channel. That's something I want to try and do with the pivot painting stuff, instead of needing to do, you know, 2 channels or whatever. Try and get it into one. Yeah. That sounds hella cool, though. Not my problem anymore? Yeah. Yeah, fair. When did you move over to UE5? Like 3 years ago, I think. Fair while ago. Yeah, no, that's fair, Sandbox. Leaving company always feels so gangster. True. Right, so that should snap the position to the ground. So if we go back to our water splashes local, and we yeet this scratch pad, and we go compile, we go spawn rate up to like 10,000 for a bit. Sprite renderer, whatever, particle spawn, snap, Pscape, snap to water surface. And then we've got to put these in manually, which is just, ugh. Oh, okay, so how does this get fucking... Right, because I need to do some shit up here. This one can just be set, like, here. Landing direction height. Cool. But then this one here needs to be... they don't make it hard. They don't make it easy, I mean. So did you say you preferred UE4 in many regards? I'm trying to think who prefers UE4. Maybe like Raymond Cripps? He's still on UE4. And I think he's Australian as well. Or maybe Crimson? Although I think he's just on UE4 because Suit for Hire is in UE4. Suit 5 higher. 2 suit 2 higher. Yeah. What did you move up to 5 for? Just for like general support. And like some features like meta sounds and PCG. PCG is 5 only. Mutable plugin. I don't know. UE4 with UE5. I wish it was the other way around. Well, actually, I don't. I can't even remember what UE4 looks like anymore. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that. Ah, this is gonna be so annoying. How am I gonna... I just wanna like... Oh, maybe I could set up a template thing that has all of the fucking defaults already set and yeah, actually that's a good idea. I can't be bothered learning how to like do all of this stupid shit essentially. Because like you can't just like select a render target, you know. You need to go on emitter spawn, make user parameter. Actually no, maybe I could have a dependency called get on emitter spawn get references to the render targets and stuff. Yeah, because if I get them and set them on emitter, but no, but then there's so much like finicky stuff. Let's do a new FX Niagara script, module script. This is called Pscape spawn dependencies. And then what we want to do is we want to set a runtime virtual texture sample variable called landscape RVT. And that goes here, and then that can be emitter space. But then how do I actually set nodes? Okay, it's got nothing in it. Cannot set external constant. Blah, 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 blah. So how the fuck do they... Render target 2D? I need to pee so bad. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I'm just trying to think how the fuck they're supposed to do this. Like, yeah, I can't set emitter. I can set a stat context, probably, but it has no anything. Okay, so can I like get something? Well. Yeah, but I can't fucking get. Runtime virtual texture sample. Because that's where we actually sample. You know, but I can't set a default. Texture render target. No, can I like set that or anything? Set. I don't know. Yeah, I think fuck the thingos. I'm just gonna do scratch pads or just like template things, I guess. Oh, they don't make it very easy, you know. Because what we would need to do is go user exposed, or not even. User exposed, render target, texture render target. Then that gets set as a emitter variable called render target 2D. And then that gets set on emitter spawn. Here, set this emitter variable as this guy here. Has to be a user parameter. Oh, can I put user parameters in this? Like, no, because that doesn't make sense. But yeah, you basically got to do this to then be able to, you know, render target 2D. You can't just, like, access it from... I don't know, it's dumb. It's dumb, and I don't like it. Yeah. I see, too. So that's going to do its thing, do the thing, set it down there. So this should now, in theory, put things only on... Oh, wrong button. Only on the land and on the water, but it's not doing it on the water. Why is this? I'm not sure. I'm saying choose max. Do they still... All right, I didn't set a default. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Now they're getting set on the water. Well, the water around here anyway. What the fuck's happening there? Hello? Oh, fuck. That's setting the size. How? Well, I guess inherit user parameters, obviously, but that's not really what I want to do. So cursed. Text or render target. This one. Wave velocity, blah, 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 blah. Can I just, like, set that as... No. Render target 2D. So that is a of type render target 2D. Texture render target can't be sampled from. That's like a reference to the render target. So if I go set this variable as a thing. Size, override format, override blah blah blah, map generation. Yeah, so that has to be this, and then that needs to be that. But we just need to make sure that the water is actual. Oh, so that's just... What the fuck? Yeah? It's like it's sampling at just one point. What's it actually think this is? It just thinks it's a... Okay, no, that's... Yeah. I can... If you just leave it, I can upload it, then I can... Oh, wait, yeah. Can you... transfer it through USB? Yeah, but in the morning will be when I'm driving you to the train station. Because I'm streaming until you get it. Yeah. I can do that. Yeah, you know what? I can probably... yeah. Oh, okay. I'll go down to 1K right now, and then... Yeah, go. Go! Hopefully Twitch doesn't... If it freezes, if Twitch freezes, then... Just refresh. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do that. If you get reception. Yeah. particle position. So it's doing it here, right? We're getting things spawning on RVT. We're just not getting stuff in here properly. And I don't know why. Oh, I see. The location here. I need to do that before. Fucking what? Hold on. This location minus this one gives us the distance from the center. Then we divide that by big number. Then how do I get... Right, that should also be this number. Simulation size times 2. No, divided by 2. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll just look at the thing. And then hotspot the laptop. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, I'll go back up. I will go back up to 3.2K. Whoa. New internet, hello. New internet, who dis? Does anyone know how maths works? How math does do work? It would be that times 2. We're dividing it. We want half of half of this. Yo, Org! How's it going? How are you? Hello. I'm currently doing math. You know, I remember when I said, like, I've already got a function built that literally does this. And then I just didn't go and look at it again. Yeah, I'm just dumb. What was it called? It was called Ocean Splashes. Here it is. Ocean Splashers. Wave Splash and it params. This was getting... Okay, here's the stuff. Position, simulation position, subtract, add half of the simulation size, then divide it by simulation size world space. So add half of it, then divide. Add half, then divide. So we're gonna... Sorry, we're gonna halve... No. Huh? What did I say? We're gonna add half of the sim size. Add half of the sim size, then divide. Bam, 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 bam. Then divide, then UV. Sick. Figured out what was causing the crash. Figured out a workaround. Okay, what was the deal in the end? What was the ish? Oh, so this doesn't look right. This looks like it's backwards. I think that should be backwards. Yeah, they were backwards. Okay, cool. I should probably write this little bit as a function. I've no idea. Alright, so now I've got this function, snap to water, which I should probably do for the distant ones as well. Also, this is like uniform, isn't it? I want it to be weighted towards the middle. See, that's like the inverse distribution. Can it be -1? No. Hemisphere distribution? What do you... Oh. Just mean... Huh. I'm just trying to... just get particles spawning. Well, I'm getting them spawning at the wave height. See? Yeah. I'm just building like a bunch of functions to use for particles, like buoyancy, you know, so that the foam kind of sticks around and gets affected by the water's velocity and all that kind of stuff. Physics, the timing window to load stuff is smaller, so the plugin is loading the manager class before the other blueprints. So if I have anything from other blueprints in it, it might just have an interface function. It will error and cascade errors to all the C++ stuff, which is my dialog system. My dialog system was the one throwing the error instead. Right, okay. Yeah, right, gotcha. There was... I did have to change the load order at some point of the manager versus the... I think it was the particle system, or like the grid system. More Niagara tuts, especially some advanced. I really appreciate update. Yes. I have one that I need to edit, or maybe Amethyst could edit, about Grid 2D. And then one after that about like Fluid Sim Basics. Which is pretty much like how to make Prismatiscape from scratch, kinda. And then... yeah, you know. I think it looks fine without the particles. You mean with the red particles? I think I already have one. I don't know. I'll put it on USB. I'll do it. Oh my god, you need to free up some space. That's so... okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll find it and chuck it on somewhere. Chuck it on a thing. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe it's like the end clip. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, my tummy. Escape snap to water surface. There's these. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to make template emitters, which I can turn that into an asset, can't I? Create asset from this. Yeah. So this is set emitter. Yeah, no, that's not it. I think that's probably all. Yeah, that's all. That WPO one. Oh yeah, I'll get the footage to you then. I will do it. Okay. Yeah. Water data? Water main? Water velocity has the velocity, foam and everything. I probably don't need the main water. What is the main water? It's got depth. Let's call this water RT. And I guess it's got the normals as well. Let's rename this one to water velocity RT. Then I can go here. Water velocity RT. Yeah, that's already. Yeah, water velocity RT. Then I need another one called render target 2D water main. I'll call it water main RT. Are you going to sleep? Have fun. See you at 6:30. No, 6. Train's at 6:30. Well, what time do you have to? Oh, is it at? How late though? And how close to work is it? Like, yeah, you could just text the other mentor. Hopefully, it gets there early. Hopefully, it doesn't get there late. Yeah. I'll probably finish at. I'll probably finish at 5:30 then, and wake you up. So you'll have half an hour to. Yeah, yeah. Dank. Bye.
Night.
Bye, Amethyst. Amethyst has work in the morning. Not now. True. Alrighty. Right, so this thing here, this setter, I wonder if this will keep the... If I copy and pasted this to another thinger, if it would keep the default variables. Because we also need the wave RT. Oh, it's a lot of textures. But do we need... I mean, I guess it's just storing a reference to them here. It's 2D. 2D. This is the wave main RT. And the wave velocity RT. That needs user variables, which again, these are going to be a massive pain in the ass to like port over, kinda. Like why? I don't know. Yeah, like you can't set this as like, oh, I want to... Yeah, like it has to be from a user parameter. Which makes no sense. And then we keep accidentally setting the fucking... Ugh. the inherit user params thing. Makes no sense at all. But hey, at least it works. At least it does actually do what it's supposed to do. So how the hell? Snap to water surface, shape location, here. So we also need the what are they called? Wave main, and the wave velocity. Oops, wrong way. Don't crash. Thank you. Okay. Inherit user. What? Wait, what? Wait, oh, I didn't make these ones? Well, texture render target. Wave main RT. Texture render target. Wave velocity RT. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. There has to be an easier way to just access a render target reference in here without having to do all this shit. Can I... No, see, I can't even turn that into like an asset. Because it's not a scratch pad. What does it do, though? Nothing. Well, fuck. Oh, yeah, at least it's still working. The other thing is, like, yeah, P-scape snap to water surface may or may not need a static switch. Can I do a branch or a switch? Static switch. Undefined parameter name, switch type bool. Can I do like a static... No. System state change, utility static switch. Exposes pin. And what is that output? What is it? And yeah, that is a static bool. I guess the far waves only need to... Yeah, who knows? Who bloody knows? Do that on tick. And then make these lifetime 10 seconds, spawn rate 2 every second. I don't know. Maybe 10 every second. So yeah, they can just get the doodad. Oh, I need to update the bounds on this. Fixed, but very big? I wish you could just, like, not need to calculate the bounds. What the fuck did I just do? Huh. Because, yeah, this should never be culled because it's literally... Oh my god. Literally always on the screen. Well, that looks very, very 16-bit. The height values there. It is 32-bit, isn't it? You should be a 32 for... It's because I overrode it. Okay, now it should be way smoother. Yeah, perfect. Cool, cool. All right, now we need to do some other things. These are going to be expensive particles. Oh, no, they're not even going to be expensive. I guess it's just like a... Oh, hello, lady cat. Scared me. You want to sit here? What? Get here. What a funny cat. You can just sit with me if you want. You just want to sit on my lap? Excuse me. Are you going to sit up here? Butthole. Cat butt. You just sit here then. You're all good. No, you're sitting up there. Okay, just stay in one place, please. Cannot deal. You're funny. You a funny girl. Right, so I probably don't need like a buoyancy here. Although buoyancy would be kind of the same. Because it would be that plus drag plus the velocity. Yeah, okay, no, I probably do want buoyancy as a function. Or I could limit to water surface. Do you know what I mean? Or that could be like a buoyancy strength thing. Although buoyancy can technically make things pop out of the water. P-scape particle buoyancy. So what we want to do is pretty much steal this again. And I mean, this should probably be... do I really want to calculate this every fucking time? I could just store at, like, particle UV position this frame. You know? And then... that would be a dependency. You know? And that would be cheaper. Unless it's for the outer waves, in which case it is different. Although if it is the outer waves, I just need to scale the UVs from the center by 3, so that's fine. Ah, shit. This is just... I don't know how I want to do this nicely. You know? Like, yeah, ideally I would have a Pscape calculate UV position. And then just input into here UV position and then sample directly there. Same with like the landscape height, if there were multiple things that were using that, but I don't think I would. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just hard code it. Why not? Blah, 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 blah. Ocean wave data, something, something, something. This one, particle buoyancy, smack that into there. This goes into there. We do this shit. Yeah. Then this... So we don't actually want to do the position. We want to get the current position minus the... Let me think. If the particle is at, let's say, 0, and the water is at 100, particle's at 0. This is at 100, so we want to do this minus that. Then we want to max that at 0. So then this is our force. Although we might want to devise or divisor. Oh, you know what? Maybe we do a clamp. Maybe there's like a max fucking buoyancy amount. We'll just say like 1,000. I mean, that can be a thing. Parameter. So then we want to do get what's it called? It's like physics. Fuck, particle. Oh no, it's a fucking dependency thing, isn't it? I hate this shit. Velocity? Do I want to add to the velocity? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do that. Whatever. I know there's one... Oh, maybe it's a transient. Transient physics asset. Shit, what's it called? Well, let's go solve... Oh, maybe it's force. Force? Force? Nope. Solve forces and velocity. What does this look for? This is getting... Velocity, velocity, velocity. Where does it apply? Incoming... That's the... Advection velocity, physics drag... Physics force? No, that's local. Where's that coming from? Physics... No, that again, that's local. Output module incoming physics force. Namespace modifier module instance by appending the unique. Oh, that's for this module? Transient physics force. And that'll add that to the velocity. I think I can just chuck it straight on the velocity. That's fine. Whatever. Particle buoyancy. So that will be adding some amount to the up. Oh, we also need to do let's see, if we're on the surface of the water, or near the surface of the water even slightly above it maybe, we'd want to add this to the velocity. Like the R and the G. The RNG. So if we are under or just above the water, if we're anywhere under and some amount above the water, so that would be like, so this is our raw buoyancy. This bit here, we do this plus some amount. So if they were both the exact same, so this is at 0 and that's at 0, then that would be positive. But then if we had subtracted... Hold on. If the particle was above the water, so it's at like, I don't know, 50, and the water is at 40, 50 minus 40 is... What's 50 minus 40? No, it would be 40 minus 50 gives us negative 10, which means that, yes, we are under the water. No, that means we're out of the water by 10 units. So I would want to add 10. Let's go, yeah, add 10 or some shit, and then do a clamp. Or even just a fucking sign. No, I'll just saturate. I need to pee. Oh, there's an ad already going. Cool. Alex, hello. Hope you have a good time. Okay, let's see. So we've got velocity. There's also the drag. What's it called? Particle. We want it to be like the drag this frame. What's that called? I mean, again, I could just do that with the velocity, kind of like fucking with it. Physics drag? No, that's local. Where's that come in? mass, particle mass. No, velocity, delta time, mass, inverse mass, physics force, transient physics drag. Physics drag. Let's see. Okay, if I set that as a transient... No, because it is... Well, it's... Okay, it's a float value. Transient value which can be written to and read from any module. Transients do not persist from frame to frame or between stages, e.g. emitter, particle, or sponsor update. So if I did transient... what's it called? Physics drag. That should latch in properly. Which means I could use physics other thingo to do some shit. But this is physics drag this frame. It's not like the drag overall. Although I guess the drag module here is a... accumulates into transient.physics drag. Yeah. So then what was the other thing called in here? Physics force. Which is called... incoming physics force? Transient physics force. Okay. Cool. So I can just be like... fuck. Fuck that guy. Fuck this guy. We go into here. Particle buoyancy. So this was called... well, it's a vector. It is called physics force of the transient nature. So instead of setting the velocity, we let the solve bullshit, whatever, do its thing. Although physics force... well, okay, no, I guess like a larger object would be less affected by the water velocity. So it actually does make sense to use physics force. Also, I'm trying to think if there's water on here. I don't think I need to mask it by the water depth. Or actually, no, we might want to use the water depth in general to... because if it's like a tiny little stream of water that's going really fast, we probably do want to use the depth as well. So we'll factor that in at some point. Oh, hello, Lady Cat. Hello, chicken. You're so funny. You can sit up there. God, look at all those dead pixels on my camera. Am I? Maybe I'm not in 4K. I don't know. Okay, so that's doing physics drag if it's in the water. Well, if it's in the water... so that's the how deep it is in the water. If we then got... oh, no, let's not even worry about the depth. This is just how far above the water it is. Can I get... maybe I should get the radius of the sprite. Although this would need to be... Can I get particle radius? Particle size? Sprite size, decal size. Can I get bounds? No. Bound? No. We'll just say the center point. That's fine. All right, let's just get this shit going. Physics force plus the make vector, and let's just add some fucking amount to this dude. Oh, that's a clamp. Then we want the actual force. Let's also just do this into there. New physics force transient. Put that into here. So we'll just do this first. We also only want to do this one on particle spawn now. So now they're just going to spawn here. But we want them to buoyancy. We want them to buoyantate. So, and if we applied this, they should start doing some stuff. They're not doing anything. Great, great. Physics force. Does this not have its... Doesn't have its things set. I wonder if I can... What a velocity RT. And this is land interaction height. Okay, they are buoyancying. Although they don't have any gravity, so they're just going up and then chilling. So their maximum... let's do 1 meter, but then, yeah, some scale factor. So how buoyant are they? Should probably be dependent on their mass, even though we don't really... I don't know. Go times 100. So now they should really fucking ping out of there. Yep. And then they are just slowing down. They should probably also have gravity. Gravity force, pre-drag, and pre-buoyancy, maybe? I don't know which is better. Okay, well, yeah, they are buoyancying. Cool. Then we also want to increase the drag when they are, you know, in the water, basically. So that would be accumulate. Physics drag. We do this and I guess saturate that and then... God, I don't know. How much drag is too much drag? Let's just go 10 for now. Chuck that in there. Physics drag in here. Transient. Yeah, now they're very draguous when they're in the water, I think. Yeah, maybe. And then lastly, we'd need to do our velocity, but that would literally just be R and G in there. And that should then move them. No? No, nothing? Oh, gee, velocity. Is it maybe because of the drag? Okay, that's very fast. Right, and the drag is... Or is it... No, is it... I think it's... Confused. Let's ignore the drag for now. Okay, yeah. Yeet. I can't tell if it is... If the velocity's inverted. I think it's... We're not multiplying that by anything though, it's just reading it everywhere. Okay, now that is moving. Right, but they just don't have enough drag. I mean, if the drag was set at 10, then yeah, that's better, but still not really what I want to do, because that applies drag to the gravity as well. Because they need to have like a moving state like this, but also... Right, these ones are doing weird shit because they're always applying the velocity. So let me just go to color. Particles, color. And we're going to set that to this here. And hopefully they use color. Oh, that does the alpha as well, which is being set to 0 when they leave the water. Let's keep that at 1. And we'll keep the B channel doing whatever. Oh, does that not... Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. So they're blue when they're out of the water. I feel like that's supposed to be -10. Because we want to give them like a... No, that's still not it. I might even just change this to the opaque. Opaque unlit sprite material? That's not mine though, is it? No, what about opaque? Opaque particle material for video. Yeah, whatever. Cool, that's better. So now we can see when and what they're doing. So when they are white, they're in the water. In theory. Maybe I should not do the the RG velocity right now. Okay, so when they are white, they are in the water. But yeah, okay, so maybe that should be +10. So that it is... Yeah, we have a bit of leniency. So +10 and then probably divided by some amount. So whatever the fall off should be. So probably 20? So if they're like a few units in... Yeah. I guess. Also, that drag's a bit too high. I feel like maybe this is supposed to be the other way. No, now they're like way too deep. Okay, so let's go like plus 15 divided by 30. So we have 15 from 15 units above the water, but then down to 15 units below the water is our kind of interaction range. So that means when it is white, when we enter water, which means we need to, whatever this velocity is, well, this is buoyancy, which is also, well, it doesn't need to be masked by that. But the, these ones, what are they called? Velocity does need to be masked by if they're in the water or not. So that's our XY guy. Bam, bam. And then also the drag needs to be thingified. Right, these have no drag either. Yeah, as we can see, they are moving. Maybe I could double the velocity. Oh, where the fuck did they go? Yeah? Did I just like turn that off? I did. Happens all the fucking time. Okay, there we go. So now they are doing their thing. But I do need to increase the drag when they are in the water, so they don't keep popping up from the buoyancy. You know? So that would just be... Wow, this is messy. Let's take this guy down here. I might even just... Hold on. Can I... So break linear color. You know, I'll just make a fucking 2. Make a twofer. Operate on it like that. I'm pretty sure breaks and everything get compiled out in shaders. Right. So that can then break. Vector 2. Or this can just be a convert. Convert a twofer and a threefer. This guy goes into that down. That can just Oops, I forgot I was playing RuneScape. Definitely me for sure. Hello, hello. When will the video release about Grid 2D? That was exciting stuff you showed a while back. We were literally just talking about that earlier. Amethyst is going to edit it this week. So that is exciting. Oh, they're never gonna... Okay, that's... Yeah, maybe it should be 100 buoyancy. I don't know. This is all a bit fucky. Yeah, I just want to stop them from popping out. I mean, they should be able to pop out. It's just when they're like down here, we want them to just slow down a bit or like accumulate less stuff. So let's just get this. We'll just add to physics drag. Add 1. Maybe add 3 or some shit. I don't know, man. Right, now that goes into there. So now we have the XY velocity. Some of these are just going to yeet, though. I mean, that's fine like that. Because, yeah, they should be getting yeeted along the waves. It's just that the... Oh, sorry. Sorry, Caddy. Some of the buoyancy is really funny. If I said 100 divided by 200, how does that... That means that they're always in the water, even when they go above the water. They're still in the water. Yeah. But when they're above the water... You see, they're just yeeting out too fast. Maybe I want a meter, but less buoyancy force, you know? Like, where's character? There's character, so... Yeah. We also want the water main RT. Because we can also get the water's normals and use that to drive some velocity. I guess if they're at the surface, if they're near the surface, use the normals rather than, well, add the normals to the velocity. You know? Because that means, like, yeah, at these points, they will scoot down the wave properly. Maybe I just add that together. Oh, no, because that's an actual velocity value. I guess we would need to do, like, add gravity. No, because it's already doing gravity. So then we can just say fucking normals. Oh, God. What does that look like? I guess normals multiplied by gravity? Maybe half gravity? Added. The thing about normals is that they're... yeah, because they're spherical. Who fucking knows? Who knows and who cares? I guess multiplied by when we're in double water. Whoa, look at them all chilling. Alright, let's go here. And get our fellas going. They should probably also have collision, you know? And maybe be a bit smaller. Water splashies. So that can be, this. Let's go distance field. Oh, it has to be collision. Collision. Why is that got a dude? Oh, oh, right. No, I need to set that to distance fields. Collision enabled. So they will sit on here. Just doing water shit. And then if... Yeah. Cool. So then... Particle radius scale. Yeah, so that's depending on... No friction. Why do they not slide down? Oh, wait, simple friction. Complex friction... Right, no, I want simple friction, but less of it. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, why does it not do... do I need to do collision then gravity? Maybe that's the play. Collision then gravity? Please, please. Now they're sliding at least. Yeah. Nice balls. Thanks, Jed. You too. You too. Yeah, maybe the drag was too big. Although now I think the buoyancy is too big. I guess because that's per frame. So the longer they're under, the more they kind of shoot up. But that's what the drag is supposed to do. So why are these ones all... No, they're fine. I think the distance field thingo needs to be way less. Yeah. So now these ones think they're in the water, but they're not. I think I need to do a little offset for the buoyancy as well. Also, why are they moving that way? Oh, they're moving that way because the river is... That's funny as fuck. Alright, buoyancy, we do... Well, we probably apply this offset as well, right? And just use that as a... Yeah, saturate that. Because it's almost like at... Basically at 0.5, we're at the water level. And then 100 units above is where it goes down to 0. So we probably want to do this. Yeet that. And then... Yeah, just do it like that. So then it should kind of equilibrize. No. Maybe that has to be bigger? Maybe that's too big. Maybe we go 50 and 100. Why are they not floating? Float! 1,000 buoyancy? Hmm? Oh, right. It's 1,000 multiplied by 1 rather than multiplied by the deepness of it. So it does actually have to be a big-ass number. So if we can get this just to a point where they, you know, they buoyate. Like that. 2,000 is the go. So now they will all... This is starting to look like one of those flip simulations, you know? Okay, that's dumb. Why are they getting lodged? Yeah, nice particles, bruh. Cool. And these ones should all... Yeah, we can flood them down and stuff. But the water actually... So it's kind of a... kind of a weird hack. I don't have to factor in the water depth. Because, like, we're using the water depth here. But, like, the water depth is the landscape depth, usually. Oh, actually, that's... Maybe I should... I mean, I've literally got the fucking... I've got the goods. I can just be like, alpha channel, saturate. So this is like the water depth. And then multiply everything. Or multiply our water mask by is there water here. Otherwise, yeah, you can see here, these are all slightly blue, meaning that they think they're half in water, which means their drag has increased a ton. As though they're in water. So let's multiply that by the actual water mask. So now these should all be black. But then when we... is that the wrong... Oh no, I haven't even set that fucking value yet. That means that the normals weren't even being factored in. What's this water main RT? Yeah, God. Render target is red and wrote in the same stage? The fuck are you talking about? What a velocity RT? Oh, right. No. Render target 2D. Inherit blah blah blah. Water main RT. That's the one. Right, means the reference was red and... What are you talking about? Peacecape water splashes local, completely empty. Particle spawn update. No, that's wrong. You're wrong. Particle buoyancy, water main RT. Water main... oh no, that's wave main RT. And here, water main, water velocity. Yeah. I'll be right back. Sorry, one sec. Scratches and just show off the toothpaste microparticles. Yeah, that's what this was designed for. Okay, white render target is red and wrote in the same stage. This is not allowed. Read will be invalid. Peacecape water splashes local completely empty. Particle spawn update. It's not that, no. Particles. Oh yeah, no. Particle update. Is it? It is in here. Render target is red and wrote at the same stage. Like red and yote. Get yoten. So why is it is it just because of this? If I just set that to be a dummy. Okay. Okay, but what the fuck? This will be recreated if UAV access is not available, which will reset the contents. What's UAV? This will be recreated if UAV access is not. Can be used as an unordered access view. I mean, whatever. Don't know what the fuck that means, but suck me. Alright, let's go to the water RT. Support UAV. What does that even mean? What are the balls? They are particles. Water main. Oh, is it because I don't have these set? Is that what it is? That would make a lot of sense. Also, wait, that's the... This one I need to rename. Let's call this water. Water wave. Water wave. Or just wave. RT. Yep. Alright, let's see if that was the issue. That was the issue. What the fuck? There we go. Oops, sorry. Okay, so we now have balls. The balls are float. They are afloat. They're spawning everywhere. I guess that's good to check. All of the shit, right? Like, yeah, if they get yeeted. Okay, some of them are just fucking getting out of here. I guess that's when they go out of bounds? Probably. Probably need to fix that, right? Right, so if I put the snap to water surface back on, they're only going to spawn on the surface, and then... Yeah. Haven't seen any previous streams. What are you trying to do? I'm making a water system in Unreal Engine. And I'm just working on a few particle interfaces, I guess. So that particles can, you know, work with the system. So these are just like little balls that are just chilling, getting washed up, getting rinsed out. Just doing stuff that balls do, usually. I can probably even turn the... Now that we're combining the normals, I can probably just, like, chill this out a bit. Even to just 1. Okay, no. At 1, it's way too... Okay. What did I have it at? 10. Right, because we increased the drag a bunch as well. Yeah, once the normals are in there, that's kind of fine. Yeah, it is like if they get stuck on a braking wave, they will get yeeted along. But if it's just like a smaller one, they kind of just chill. I guess that's because the normals are coming into effect. Maybe we just increase the drag by 1 when they're in the water. I don't know. They do kind of yeet a fair bit. right amount of drag on those balls. Hell yeah. I'm almost tempted to, I don't know if it's worth. Rather than kind of, so like my previous method for doing like the crashy, explodey waves and shit was going to be, to just like spawn particles like fucking everywhere, like 1,000 per frame, and then check are they on foam or not, therefore, you know, do or don't spawn them there. But now I'm thinking like maybe I should just spawn them everywhere at random. You know, so maybe like 50 per second. But then, like, mask them using the foam render target or something? I don't know. I don't know how well that would work. Maybe that's dumb. I mean, we definitely need, like, for here, yeah, spawn some big splashy boys. Bam, bam. But that's more like, you know, we know to expect particles here. So we should probably have a world emitter that reads from the render target and then spawns big explosions when shit crashes there. Whereas, like, if we want particles to spawn on the waves over here, then we need to kind of just spawn them at random in an area. Does that kind of make sense? Can you spawn based on velocity strength? Yeah. Well, we can't, you can't, like, spawn... How do I put it? You can't really, like, spawn... You can't... You have to spawn the particle and then decide to kill the particle or not kill the particle. That's kind of the only method you can do to kind of spawn something from a render target or from a texture. You have to spawn the particle and then test it against conditions or whatnot, and then if it doesn't pass those conditions, then, you know, do the stuff. Do you know what I mean? I need to scale the velocity by the depth. So, like, you know, if it's just a shallow water, heaps of velocity, it shouldn't be pushing them around that much. Or does it? I don't know. This is all the fake water, by the way. This isn't even real water. It's just... Whoa. What was I doing again? I was gonna get this guy divide by 10 to the absolute depth. Divide by 10. So that was going into buoyancy as well. Which, no, that should just be if 1, then. And based on the depth, we scale the based on depth, we scale the velocity and probably scale the drag. So this probably means if it's raining... Let me set it to be raining for a sec. Let's go like over here. Maybe it should. To be fair, this collision's kind of fucked up. Let's go radius scale 5 or 0.5. Oh, 0 will remove it. Right, so higher restitution is... It's dark. Okay, maybe not that much. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so they're like clipping nicely now. So then in here. So this is... Maybe we don't... No, yeah, that should scale, that should scale. This bit here... Oh, I don't know, maybe it should be less... depth? Yeah, I mean, I guess if they... I mean, it yeah... What have I done here? I think I added something bad. But yeah, ideally we want, like, the edges to not be as affected. That's kind of why I was thinking, oh yeah, we'll make it based on the water depth. You know? Oh, I just turned it off. Why did I do that? Full-blown physics system? Kind of. It doesn't actually use any physics. Kind of. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Okay, this is decent. Yeah, like things can get thrown out of the water, which is good, I guess. Let's try pumping the spawn rate. 2,000? Yeah, cool. Nice compute shader, bro. Do you think I should... depends how expensive this water thing is. Should probably do it, like, separately. Also, something I might do tonight as well is factor in the water into the foliage deformation stuff properly. Because I think what I want to do is rather than having these explicitly sample the water and do water shit, I might just get the water velocity to draw a little bit of itself into the foliage deformer. You know? Although we'd probably want to know if this is all wet. You know, they could read from water depth. Whoa, it's Niagara Falls. That's satisfying, watching it all smush. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do is I will spawn just a few... I don't know. Just like water foam carriers, almost, I'll call them. I don't know. Just ones that will accumulate into these waves. But even then, that's probably not adding much over... I mean, it does kind of turn these into, like, crashing waves, rolling waves, in a way. It's a bit silly. It's very overkill to have this many particles, but... you know. And the entire coastline is simulated. Whoa! Crazy. What is this, Unreal Engine? What is this, some fucking Witcher 4 shit? Is this the Unreal Water plugin? Is this the Unreal Engine Water plugin? Kill myself. Fuck Unreal Water plugin. That's balls. Oh my god. Yeah, they kind of yeet when they're out of bounds. Look at them go into fucking infinity. That's very funny. We're in the mangrove. The Grove Man. Grove Street. We'll make a little whirlpool. Make a little whirlpool and suck them in. Get the old suck. Maybe the normals should have full gravity applied. Just so this happens more. Because, I mean, that's how it works in real life, right? So we don't really apply it along the normals. I don't know. But, I mean, hey, it's cool. It's funny, you can see, like, the ripples in the particles' velocities. Kind of funny. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll spawn randomly at foam locations, and I'll let them live for a bit longer than usual. And maybe scale their size by the foam underneath them. I don't know. Whoa, they're glowing. Yo, bioluminescence? Accidental bioluminescent algae? Or plankton, or whatever it is. Just look at him get yeeted. It's very funny. Oh yeah, I had an exploder here, didn't I? And yeah, that's what's happening there. Maybe I'll disable that. Where is it? Exploder. Let's turn the intensity of it down. Radius 200. Strength 1. Maybe I'll put it over here as well. Yeah, I want to get this, and I want to set it movable. So that'll be dank. I might also change the color of these particles to something a bit lighter, like whatever this is. Fucking add 0.1. So they're not like full black. Yeah, gray's a bit better. Okay. Right, I needed to do a water subtractor as well at some point. Can I twist that so they go in more? That's outward. Isn't it? Yeah. It's funny. Hella funny. How does this look in the bitrate? Like with my shitty internet? Does it look okay? Not too bad? Yeah, yeah. I imagine it's a bit overkill. Let's do spawn rate down. Back down to 200. I don't know, maybe even at like 100, if they were only spawned on foam. Like, yeah, by the time they actually get here and do that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I do want to... Well, no, like I said, here they would be sensing foam and doing big explosion. Maybe we'll do that now. So let's do like a... like spawn or kill if not on fucking water. So that's snap to surface. We could then do... Wait, here I'm only supposed to be using... Yeah, hold on. No, I remember now. This is supposed to be... this thing. Like that. This is supposed to read from... water velocity RT and then water main. We're not, yeah, we don't want to set it from... That's why we do this. But does that work in practice? Yeah, it does. We ballin' crafted. We doing lots of balls. Heaps of balls. They call me the ball man. Goodbye, my balls. Goodbye, my friend. You have been my balls. You have been my balls for me. Goodbye, my balls. Goodbye, my balls. So yeah, maybe I will do a foam carry. Some kind of foam carry that get masked by the foam. Like the material gets masked by the foam render target. Although if they shoot forward a bit, then they're going to get lost, aren't they? Maybe I could set their opacity based on the foam amount when they leave the water. Yeah. That way we could still have them kind of do this. And like, imagine if they were a bit bigger, and if the velocity wasn't so extreme. But again, this is for like fucking gigawaves, you know? Because, like, again, we need to handle waves that are like fucking this big. Tiny little fellas. And that aren't so choppy. Like this kind of thing. Which, I mean, that looks fine to me, but... Right, I want to increase the buoyancy force. By a bit. But also increase the drag when they're in the water. But they're going to sit too high now? Or are they? Well, no. And then I'd want... see, it's kind of hard. Now they're going to sit too high. That means, do I want to take this value down slightly? You know? What are the balls? They are particles. They're not really supposed to be anything. Yeah, because if I set the buoyancy too high, they're going to sit above the water level. How can I unfuck that? I mean, it's not that much higher. Like, we want them to be able to drop down. I don't know, maybe we just hard code it for now. And I'm not going to be, like, too pedantic about this... you know, stuff. It's like, in the end, this is all just for the example shit. So these ones don't affect buoyancy, these microwaves, by design. But these macrowaves do affect buoyancy. Wow, that's cursed. Very intense. Yeah, so let's imagine they're bigger for now. And we use these follow... Oh, what did I call them again? But again, we'd only really want these in the ocean. Which we can enable them when we're in the ocean. That's something we can do very easily, but... if we spawned like 50 every second, then we kind of just get them doing particle shit, you know? Because we spawn them at random, but then they essentially, like, they naturally coalesce into the position that they should be in. You know what I mean? I think this is a winner. I think this is a good idea. Because again, we could treat them like regular particles where we spawn them. We spawn them, they have an initial velocity, then they disappear. But in order for that to work nicely, we need to spawn 1,000 per second, then query, oh, did you spawn in the right spot? No, you didn't. Therefore, kill the particle. But I think doing it like this, we can kind of get some, a little bit of splashiness just in here. But then more at the shore thingo. So let's try that. Maybe I'll go even bigger. Initialize particle. I'd need to animate the texture somehow. What would that look like though? Would that be directional? Or just noise shit? Let's go 200 to 400. Them some big boys. So if I go water, P-scape splash, water. Fuck did I call these ones? What are these ones called? Oh, shitlords. They are called... Priz water splash particle material. Water splash particle material. Where are we? Okay, so these are just going to be spawning at random. Sorry, they're just going to... Anyway, ignore me. So I want these to last for ages, but I want them to be, noisy, particle-y things. And also, probably way bigger than that. I mean, again, it depends on what they're being used for and shit. Is that really how small they are? I guess because it feathers a lot. I mean, that works. It looks dumb, but once it's not dumb, I don't know. Is this the right way to go? Where's the fucking man? Player start. Hello. Where? It's over here, isn't it? Player start. Let's go over to this bit over here is good. There's some smashos, and then I just want this here to come in a bit, so we get some real smack. Talk some real smack. Okay, this is spawning it all here. But I think once they're animated and we mask them out based on the render target. I don't know whether that should be in the material or in the thingo. Nah, maybe not. Well, they have collision, which is funny. Looks so cursed. I mean, yeah, I'm sure if I added panning to that, it would be fine, but I'm just trying to think what the fucking... What do I want to do? How do I want to do the particles? Well, again, this was supposed to just be for the in-ocean ones, right? Where we would have this kind of thing happening. You know, like this. This is what we want. So they should probably be panning downwards all the time, at least. With like a bunch of noise, and then scale their opacity by the last thing they were in. The last foam they were in the water. How do I make that nice and modular? You know, you've watched all tutorials when you recommendations of 25 tips and tricks you don't know about Unreal Engine 5. Classic. Oh wait, this isn't the material I want. What the fuck was the other one? Ocean... Water splash particle material. Is that the one that I... That is the one that I... Yeah. It's not the thing. Let's get a... Speed Y05. Okay, wrong way. Minus 0.2. Okay, aside from when they yeet out of there. I wonder if I can orient these to their velocity. What is that? What's that called? Orient. Oh, it's in here. Alignment. Velocity align? But is that going to do it? Yeah, that's going to do like fucked up shit like that. So cursed. So probably not that. Probably just unaligned or automatic. You know, unaligned. Yeah. Facing mode. Face camera. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like if these had more velocity, then they would settle into the correct places quicker. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. No, that's decent. Foam isn't reflective, is it? Banana loaf over a noodle curry? Hell yeah. That sounds lit. I need to pee. Be right back. Sharp. We made what did we make? What was it? A thing. The thing. Hash browns. Homemade hash browns. And it was lit. Potatoes and parsley and red onion. Salt, pepper, nutmeg. I think that was it. It was so good. Mm-hmm. Maybe not water mask. In water. We will do. Why does the lady get? You're such a funny girl. Such a big funny. Oh my god, look at all those dead pixels. What the hell? I need to reformat my camera. Hey, big chicken. Big cat. Are you not? Alright, so we've got the in-water mask. I can then use that elsewhere. Maybe what I should do is make a function called pscape get water data, which gets the, the depth of the particle, the velocity the velocity of the water at its position, blah, 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 blah. And then buoyancy is a separate thing. If I do another sketchpad, let's call this pscape set ocean foam opacity. Right? So we're going to spawn these everywhere, but then based on in water, to float in water. Ooh, is this color? Particle color. I guess we do actually use the... We'll go make... Oh, fuck off. Make the fucking thing. We want to get color. No. Get particle color. Color. spelled America way. Break it. Yeah, how do they spell words in Canada? Any knowers? Do they use O and U? Or do they just do it America style? You prefer color? I think with the U. Always with the U. Canada? Canada. Okay, so if in water. Hold on. Oh, can we get the age? Age in seconds. So let's give it like a 1 second warm-up timer. Sorry, I'm eating shapes. Sorry if you hear me crunching. Actually, this should be going up the top. All right, so no, this should get thingoed out. Well, we need to fade it out as well. Actually, no, we already fade it in the material based on the age. Right, well, this is... Oops. In water, multiplied by delta time, multiplied by... fucking 10, whatever. Then... Oh, we need to get the foam amount. So yeah, I definitely should be doing a get fucking whoop-de-whoop. But for now, we will just get from here. Is it in velocity? What a velocity RT? It is in the alpha, isn't it? Yeah. So now, if we go here... where is it? I guess this one, yeah. So alpha of the velocity. We'll just chuck it in here for now. Ugh. This is water foam amount. So what we want to do is get the water foam for this particle. We want that to be the target, and we want to lerp towards that per second based on whether we're in the water or not. Which means... Can that be less fun? Could be. You know, let's just let it be. I'm scared cheerleader. Oh my god. Let's see. What do we? Let's have a gaze. It's not simulated. The waves are lookup tables. The interaction here is simulated. But yeah, you can see how I go up here and over there. What's happening is it's the same thing Fluid Flux does for their crashing shore waves. So this bit here is just like a kind of like a sine wave kind of thing, but it, how do I explain it? Oh, actually, you know what they might even be doing is actually doing a mesh for this. It might just be a scrolling mesh, like they did in like the old surfing games, like PS1 era. With like world aligned textures, so it can't, yeah, you can see here the texture kind of speeds up a ton. Very suddenly. I would presume it's a oh yeah, hold on. See here. There's like some tearing. Right there. I reckon that it's a mesh with blending. I mean, it's pretty smart. Yeah, it's either a mesh with blending or they're doing a, like, yeah, a lookup table for the WPO. So like a, you know, in like ZBrush, you can get those 3D brush textures. Kind of like that. But it depends if they wanted the tube to have collision. Otherwise, yeah, you could just do it as a mesh. A mesh that's scrolling sideways, because that's kind of what, you know, tube waves do. And then just with, yeah, a bunch of, like, distortion and WPO wobble and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think there's actually any simulation happening. You know, I think it is a mesh. Like, because you can see here. You can see here is where it starts. You can see by, like, how the texture starts panning to a constant speed. So yeah, it's like a mesh that kind of tilts off, but then moves along. And it has the same... what's it called? Like, texture coords as the world space here. Oh, Yeah, you can see where that panning stops. But how does the panning go seamlessly? Right, because you know the... Yeah, I think I figured it out. So you know the exact coords of the wave in its local space. Like this. So let's say it's like 10 meters from start to finish. You know that it's that in world space. So it's UV'd like that. But then when you distort the middle of it, the UVs don't change. Which means that, yeah, the water will speed up and whatnot. I don't know. I could be totally wrong, but you know. Yo, Num, how's it going? We'll go to animated creature running through prismatic apparent patented grass. Hell yeah! I'm glad to hear it. I hope you're looking forward to this update. The water update. Be a lot of fun. Okay, so that's now making the color do color stuff. I think this is working. This is how long you're doing water? I've been doing this for about 2 months now. This plugin update. Oh, that's already set. Oh, no, this comes after, though, doesn't it? Although it's getting the current. Okay, hold on. Let's not set the color. So we did more of them. Wait, no, this isn't... Hold on. Water splash particle material. This needs to be... Fuck. We're kind of like bastardizing this material, though. So yeah, the particles should be spawning now. Yeah, and they should... Okay, so they should only be revealing themselves when there is foam. doesn't look like it's real. I mean, it is, but it isn't. But it is. Hold on. Where's your guy? Here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is it like 3 a.m.? 4 a.m. actually. Buoyancy, that's right. How much math do you actually know? I'm planning next year to get deemed math to improve my skill set. I only know the math that I need to know to do what I do, basically. I don't really have a math background. I don't have a math background, but I can construct a fluid simulation. You know? I don't think you really need to, like, do a... like, specifically spend time learning math, you know? I feel like you'll just pick it up as you go along, depending on what you want to be doing. What did I just do? I just said. Two shaders, and I know what specific fun to do and their result, and combine together to get what I actually need. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much the same. Like, you know what the input of the function needs to be, and you know the output that you get from a function. You don't necessarily need to know what's going on inside the function. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's totally sufficient for game dev. Rubber duckies? They could be. That would actually be kind of funny. Rubber duck simulation. Now we're talking. These particles can be added foam. Well, that's what I was thinking, but at the same time... I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be spawning this many. It's a bit nuts. GPU's not even breaking a sweat. Returning to make that a wave trail. I don't know if there's a good way to, like, actually, you know, link them. Consistently. With proximity, it's like, it becomes like an n-body problem. Yeah, and it would have to check. Oh, if it gets stored in a neighbor grid, could maybe be fine, but yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. The thing is, though, that doing it like this, we do actually get some, like, you know, foam behavior. So if we were doing what I was doing before, like set ocean foam from foam opacity or whatever the fuck it was. And if this was just setting the... Maybe I'll set the color to lerp between... I'll just use the alpha. And then alpha gets used as all. No, that one. The ocean debris. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I'm just making generic functions that can be used to, you know, thingamajig. In water foam, color gets set. Oh, set every frame. Let's just hit that. Okay, so now they need a spawn with 0 alpha. I mean, this could be a method. So if they're black, imagine that they're see-through. Imagine that they're not there, because that's not where the foam is. But here we get, like, yeah, the nice kind of explodey fucking whatever. Do you know what I mean? God. I mean, yeah, this could be an interesting method. What if that was 10? The buoyancy was higher. I don't If the lerp speed was lower, Meta balls? No, they're just balls. Just regular balls. Yeah, so basically we lerp them towards the foam at their current position only if they're in the water. So then if this foam comes out and it goes into an area that doesn't have foam, it'll lerp back towards 0, but oh, I don't know. This could be good. It's just that, like, the spawn rate is fucking huge. Huge ass. But, like, if it was more like this and the particles were bigger, you know, 50 to 100. And they were kind of less dumb looking. What's it called? Splash? Water splash particle material. Like this, kinda. I mean, you can barely fucking see it, but... Hold on. Let's just do that and this. Oh. Got to recompile. Excuse me? This one. There we go. And I'd probably want them to fade out with a collision. So this doesn't happen. Although technically that should be fading... Oh, no, because they're not in water. You know? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But... Is that they don't have a distance field repulsion, do they? Hmm. Increase opacity by lifetime? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they need more drag in general. I think once they collide with something... Well, no, not even... Well, yeah, no, because... They just look fucking dumbass when they're... doing that. What if it was a spawn rate of 100? Because, like, they do accumulate over time. But that might not be enough. Oop, wrong button. Like, the benefit of this is that we don't have to know where to spawn them. They just spawn regardless, and then the waves actually carry them to where they're most likely needed. How many particles do Victor's handle any guitar? It depends on who's using it. I can do 5,000 per second. You know. That looks so dumb. Yeah, when it's up on here, it should be fading out. You know. Would it be a personal target? Here, detail and perfect. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm figuring out right this instant. Because, yeah, like, that's a lot of particles, you know? And a lot of them aren't even visible. There is a lot of wastage in this case. To almost come with collision info, you could orient facing up away from collision surface. Yeah, I don't know. It's all a bit funkalicious. I could put the bounce up more, so they, like, fucking yeet. I could put the drag down more, so they really, like, spaghetti, you know? That's kind of dumb. I think I'd want to do, like, yeah, on collision, advance aging rate. When they collide, but then that's not going to do much. I wonder if there's a distance field. Like a void distance field. Avoid distance field surfaces GPU. That's the one. So not collision. We just want them to avoid distance fields. Oncoming surface avoidance? No. None of that. Yeah, just so they don't, like, kind of sit in, or, like, they don't bounce off of the, do you know what I mean? They can kind of penetrate in a little bit. Obviously, we get some fuckery happening. Also, I don't know why that's not... Oh, because this. That's funny. Let me just put this into there. They're not even circular. Yo, Rad, how's it going? How does it go? Okay, now they are circular. They look fucking dumb. So yeah, they will now... Oh wait, no, strength 100, distance like 25. Yeet. So the particles are pretty big. Whatever the fuck this is just done. So this is getting that in. Relevant performance gain between rendering invisible particles versus disabling the render of visibility when the particle color below alpha threshold. Can you do that per particle? Yeah, I've got no idea. I'm not smart enough. 50 seconds. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. Ugh, they just look so obviously like particles, though. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yo, my drawing, how's it going? How's it? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? How are ya? I'm guessing you're doing the. Let me wait for the YouTube raid. I'm just currently frying my computer. I wonder what the particle lifetime is doing this. Oh, sorry, particle amount. Yeah, I'm really just not sure how I want to approach this. How's it going, my drunk? How was your stream? What were you working on? I mean, okay, for my project, it's totally fine. How tired are you of working on water? You've got no idea. You don't want to know. It's not fun anymore. I mean, look, it's fun, but like, you know. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of cool ways to do the foam and shit nicely. Or like the splashes. Splashy splashes. Like, yeah, it's just... There's a balance between doing... like... Because, like, at the moment, see here? These are all the particles, but they're all invisible. And we just mask them by the foam amount. Which is silly. But it looks great. But it's also silly. Look at if you tried emitting mist cards. Yeah. Oh god, that's scary. Yeah, doing mist definitely is a thing. But I'm just trying to think of a good method to actually spawn the particles. Because the like, I just don't know if the brute force method is gonna like scale well. Because, like, brute force method is try and spawn a particle at, like, you know, random positions around us. Then check, you know, is there foam here? Or should particles be spawning here? If yes, the particle gets to live. If not, the particle gets immediately destroyed. And so, like, you kind of have to do a really high spawn rate for that to work. But what I'm testing now is if I have a lower spawn rate, it's like, you know, 250 or whatever, the particles can like naturally accumulate to where the foam ends up being. And then we just mask the opacity of the foam by, well, the current foam versus is the foam in the water. So it still means that, like, if the foam kind of shoots out of, you know, a wave, it'll stay foamy until it hits the water again. I wonder if I can do a, I wonder if I can do, like, horizontal particles. You know? Oh, they're all so fucking small. Is there any benefit to having them, like, rectangular? No, I think circular has to be the go. Make them bigger? I mean, that's kind of ideally what we'd want to do. Just make them bigger. But, like, hide under the stuff more. Or bigger but less, like, full. You know? But then you run into things like... you know... Like, yeah, that looks cool, but it's just a bit puffy. I could limit the whatchamacallit. Could limit that. So they never go, like, fully opaque. But I guess there's just so many of them. But, I don't know. Did you get the water to send location data to the player, whatever, anytime it makes white water? Not really, because it's all stateless. Like, it's all GPU based. And it's really hard to get GPU data or, like, event-driven GPU data back to the other guy. What's the other one called? CPU. So the best you can do is, like, query points and then send that back to the other guy. But I don't know, this doesn't look too bad. I think if the particles were, like, offset downwards a tiny bit, they could be this big. You know? Position offset, there it is. Well, what does that mean? What if it's 200? Is that 200 above their simulated position? That looks like it. What if it was like 1,000? No. Oh, is that just for the... That's just for the start. Hold on. Position mode. Yeah, no, that's just the... Why do they... Yeah, the problem is that they face the camera. If you can call that a problem. Jitter position you move it down? Oh, maybe I can just do it in the sprite? No. Particle state. No, it doesn't matter too much. The only problem with doing them like this is that I hate it. No, is that it's just like you have to spawn particles everywhere. Like, I'm spawning particles up fucking here, you know, that are doing nothing. Not even visible. And then, like, if I'm inland, like, I don't need to spawn them. So I guess I mean, those ones specifically is more for just ocean stuff. I think for rivers they will have a query or a bunch of querying emitters that will be reading the render target and being like, oh yeah, there's foam spawning here. Let's spawn some splashy particles. So I think for rivers and waterfalls and just general, even just like a character in a lake, you know, jumping in a lake, the character will have a splash sensor on it. And so we'll only query around the player for extra splashes when they're just like chilling around. But it's more for the it's more for, you know, the ocean waves where we need to create particles at locations that aren't defined by like a boundary. Because like along the coastline, we could set up, yeah, some emitters, you know, along the coastline, and they spawn particles at their position, you know, every, you know, 10 every frame or something. Check if there is, you know, a large amount of foam being generated in this spot, and then pew, do some splashy boys. And that's like localized and focused querying, you know, at this point, rather than, you know, out here where it's just like totally sparse. So I think in the case of in the deep ocean, pardon me, it makes sense to do this kind of, yeah, like totally overkill, spawn particles everywhere, and then just mask them based on the foam amount, because they do all coalesce based on the waves. Like you can see here, they all gather around the waves and shit. And I could probably increase or decrease the spawn rate by, you know, the intensity of the waves and shit. So like if our waves go up to 100%, then maybe we start spawning more of them so that they, you know, accumulate properly. Using by Ghost, now can you use that and time to determine a position within a tile? Kind of. The fallback waves are all... it's not a baked Gerstner, but it is Gerstner waves. Like, deterministic Gerstner waves. And the macro waves are deterministic. Well, I call them omni waves. These ones here, just the kind of noise waves. They're just in a flipbook, FFT waves flipbook. Yeah, that's crazy. I think these, but down lower, could be really nice. I just feel like they're a bit higher. Yeah, I don't know. It's very experimental. Okay, that whirlpool. Dank. Why do they, It's because landscapes have really fucky DFs, don't they? Particles are difficult. The particles do be difficult. Again, I think the key is to localize the spawning as much as possible. I could just sample the rend target there. Let's see what happens here. I didn't set the water grid. Right, how scuffed will this be? Yeah, that's funny as. Kind of works. Definitely needs to be masked by the water intensity. Sorry, water depth. Column height. But it would also mean that the grass under here should... Oh, no, because it's got... Okay, yeah, that's kind of scuffy. So dumb. What do you guys reckon? Is that silly? Making the water, like... the water deform the grass? It's kind of funny. I think for the deform amount, it should be like, well, it would need, okay, you know, let's go kind of half all in on it, the idea. Water pushing over the ground. Yeah, I'm just drawing the water's velocity. Oh, they need to be a single. To the deform direction and velocity. Sample float. Pardon me. Water column height. Oh my god, fuck off. Visual Studio, I don't care. Cool. This divided by 10. Then this multiplied by that. I'm also wanted it to like jiggle foliage and stuff. Yeah, so now that, okay, now it jiggles too much. Little bit too much, but it also deforms it out of the way. But the fucking velocity's a bit much. Well, this should be delta timed it. Let me just fucking, again, let me get delta time. Chuck that ball up into there. And that could probably be like 1,000, and then the velocity could be divided by, or maybe even just 1. Where are the test plans? Hello. Hello, you guys. Okay, that's kind of fucked up. Okay, that's it. Okay. Calm down. Relax. Show me the plants doing there. Okay, maybe a bit more than that. Why don't AAA games do simulation? Is it all corporate agree? What do you think? I think because they're just totally unnecessary. Like 100% totally unnecessary. But they are cool as hell. But yeah, so now if we had rain or something, doing rain stuff, this grass would eventually kind of, you know, flatten out, I guess. I mean, it's cool. But yeah. So I guess it is kind of corporate greed because it's about money. Like it's just not. It's totally unnecessary to do this. Yeah, that's kind of dope. So that's just as simple as drawing some of the water's velocity to the deform stuff. Which means that these plants don't even need to sample the water stuff unless they wanted to know if they were wet or not, I guess. Dope. Why are they all tilted? Wait, they're so... Oh, is it because they're all deformed from the water? Yeah, they're all tilting back up. Okay, I see now. Yo, Joey, thanks for the follow. It's not jiggling as much now. But I guess that's because of the depth. But then... Probably don't want this one. Well, this one should have a different height threshold, you know? Like for a giant stalk of corn, it probably doesn't give a fuck, you know? But yeah, for like deep water, they should go kind of nuts. Kind of gnuts. Shweel. Yeah, what am I even doing? I need to wrap up soon, actually. I need to take Amethyst to the train. We took the 6 a.m. train going home. Yeah. I mean, look, this has still been a good session. Even if it is mainly just dicking around. In the new, it's going to be able to be able to flood a map using Fountain. Is that not the case anymore? Technically, you still could, but yeah, technically you still could. That's it. I'm gonna move all this, but I'm not really, like too worried about that. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to flood a map. It would have just been that, because when you go off the, a screen away, the water resets back to its default kind of configuration. So like, if there was a fountain here, and then you splashed around a bunch in it and spilled some water everywhere, and then you went off the edge so that the fountain had reset, but not the water that you'd spilled out, and then come back in, splash around in the fountain, splash more water. You'd essentially be able to make a big puddle if you were really dedicated, but that wouldn't be too much of an issue. It's not like you could create like you wouldn't be able to do this. And I mean, depends on whoever the fuck, whoever's making the damn game. But yeah. Let's actually look at the deform render target. Oh god. So this is what we're drawing to it directly, but then we draw some of the... Okay, yeah, no, so it isn't that bad when it's like shallow water. But obviously the more water there is, the more it flattens. I'm more concerned about the, like how the jiggle looks. Like these guys here. Well, I mean, that's going kind of nutty, but... like, where am I? I'm here. Drawing that, but then there's some more here, which is... I can see it jiggling. These poor little particles just swooshing down in the rain. Horizon Some plays are really interesting without any docs, for example, gameplay interaction system, dialogue system, etc. What do you think how developers should approach these plugins? I would just avoid them, honestly. Yeah, I tend to just avoid Unreal plugins that are like anything that needs to. How do I put it? Anything that needs to anything that your game relies on that's like a fundamental part of the game, I don't think you should be looking to the engine plugins. Because then you just end up with stuff like the water plugin that, like, seems really great at first, but then you try and actually use it in a project and it's like, oh, fucking, I can't access the river spline point data because it's like hard coded in fucking Whoop Whoop land. Or like, you can't do a particular thing a particular way and whatnot. So yeah, for that kind of stuff, I always recommend avoiding. Use the engine as a foundation. I mean, yes, that is true. That is very true. But what? I just deleted something. Even then, I'd recommend writing your own engine. No, not really. Like, yeah, obviously there are some things that are okay. But, I don't know. I only tend to like the sort of tool set plugin things. Rather than, like plugins that help you make a game rather than plugins that make the game, or plugins that the game is comprised of. Prismatic engine when? Honestly, that sounds kind of dumb, but that's essentially what... I mean, it's technically in Unreal Engine, but I kind of want to build... I mean, it's not like an engine within the engine, but it's like a framework. A game framework within the engine. Like a almost like a, Fortnite is a game, but also like a platform. Like Fortnite is a framework for, UEFN. Like, it's a framework, a lot of stuff is handled and figured out, and you can kind of make anything with it. That's sort of how I want to build my game. So yeah, almost like an engine within the engine, but not like an engine. It's just like a gameplay engine, you could say. Where the hell is the fucking oriented thing? Align to normal, not orient. No, I said fuck no. I said fuck. Oh no, that's just for this one. Okay, this one as well. Orient to these nuts. Niagara is a plugin that you use to make this plugin. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, stuff like Niagara and like materials and I guess Blueprint is, you know, kind of a kind of a plugin when you think about it. That kind of stuff is like, yeah. It's like well established, it's very well documented, it's like it's production ready. I think that kind of stuff is a lot, you know, more usable. I wouldn't feel afraid using Niagara. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I would feel afraid. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like you can get pretty far with there's gonna be I can just do a switch. Yeah, is not clumpies. If it is not, then go on to this guy. If it is, do this. So if it is not, then that. And then is not bush. Bush. If it isn't not bush and it isn't not clumpies, then it must be. Oh wait, are they? Oh no, they're just single clumpies, aren't they? Okay, yeah, they're fine then. Okay, that's good enough. I don't know who they made. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of shit. Like, in the engine. Like, I don't mean that in, like, a the engine fucking sucks kind of way. I just mean, like, there's a lot of shit in the engine. Like, just a lot of stuff. It isn't not neither either if the former wasn't not the latter, though. Exactly. See, someone gets it. Someone freaking gets it. I was gonna get clipped out of context. You know what? Fuck it. The engine sucks. Now, the engine's fine. The engine's fine, it just sucks. No, the engine's fine. I like the engine. I can't use anything else. You know? I literally can only Unreal Engine. Like, I'm just too dumb to do anything else. But it's just a big boy. It's a big steamer. It's a big chunky monkey, you know? Einstein. That's an exaggeration. I don't think I'm not quite there yet, you know? Not quite. What's a good color? Oh, that's nice. A nice sexual yellow. Yeah, good enough. Whatever. Alright, let's get these guys into the river. Hello? Oh no, fuck off. These guys. Huh. Okay, yeah, they're kind of big. They are kind of lit. Align to normal, no. Min size 07. Fucking whatever. Sick. Alright, and then let's get some... Well, for one, let's put some in here. You know what I'm saying? I want to see how they go in there. I want to see how they go here. Yeah. So these ones should only really be reacting to the doodly dicker. No, I'm gonna turn these guys off. Wait, what the fuck is that? New Niagara system? No, that's... Eh? Oh, that's that other one. No, I want the new water. I want to turn these fucking balls off. Turn your balls off. No more balls. They're banned. So these ones react to the... Oh, they react to both. These ones in particular. Yeah, they can get trampled, but they also get, like, pizzazzed. Like this. These ones, however, don't get trampled by the feet. They only get pushed around. So that'll be a good opportunity to test the... You know, how the water works. When it comes to these ones. Because, like, we want the water. We want shallower water to affect, like, grass and, like, smaller shit. But less so the big guys. But if they're in deep water, like reeds, you know, reeds live in water and shit, then we want them to get, like, kind of tossed around. Like this, you know? You know what I mean? And, like, this is just... Plants wouldn't grow here, usually. In, like, a fucking fast-running river thing. But here, it totally makes sense. God, maybe it should be the... Maybe I should be drawing the water's normals. No, that's probably fine like that. Yeah. So I look like Flux? Hell yeah. I just need the particles. The particles is like the final frontier. Because like all this shit, yeah, like I'm happy with it. It's all fine. It's all good. I just need to sort out how the frickin' balls I'm gonna do the particles efficiently. Like, efficiently is the key word, you know? I like the idea of, you know, spawning them everywhere, letting the water carry them to the wave fronts, and then lerping their... Where was it? Oh, I guess it's not gonna get set properly, but... essentially, like, yeah, making them opaque or not opaque based on the foam render target. I think that's a good one, because they automatically position themselves into the right place. Like, you spawn them anywhere, and they tend towards where they need to be, rather than trying to brute force spawn them at the wavefronts. So I definitely think that's the way to go in the ocean. Specifically in the ocean. For the shoreline, I think the best thing to do is going to be have a bunch of emitters. Have a bunch of smaller emitters all around the coast with, like, scalability, so they only become active, you know, within the simulation radius. And then they will try and spawn particles all the time in random radius or whatever. And then if it senses, hey, this is a, you know, giga particle spawny area, because it's like, you know, smashing up against shit, then we spawn more like splashy particles that, like, they go, they splash, they disappear pretty quickly. And obviously, like, mist is a big thing as well. Like, we need to spawn mist particles, at least in the ocean. The hardest part is that the whole thing is kind of stateless, because the ocean is here, and it's like, yeah, cool ocean, man. But then, like, if we go up here, it's like, this is... like, water can be anywhere. You know? Water can be anywhere and everywhere, and like lakes. Do the lakes really need fucking foam spawning particles everywhere? Like, no, not really. Maybe we just have a foam sensor or a splash sensor on characters or objects that are in the water, and then when they move, we spawn, you know, stuff that, like, we look at the render target and then go, oh yeah, cool, like, we're supposed to have fucking foam here. Let's get some foam going. Some foam mo. And then probably same thing in oceans. If you're on a big ship, the ship will have a particle spawner that will be looking at, you know, yeah, is there foam and that kind of shit. And what's our velocity and what's the water's velocity? You know, how big should the foam be? That's the other thing I need to look at is, yeah, not just the foam strength, but the velocity. Like, if that hits here, bam, that needs to go schwow. Although it's more like deceleration, in a way. That's why I do like how these yeet off. I think it's better with actual collision. But yeah, I like how the balls, they, like, yeet off the, off these. Let's chuck spawn rate up. You know, like they just explode. Less drag. You know what I mean? What do you think about what Thread Interactive says about Unreal Engine? I think we talked about this last time I streamed, but I think I'll give you the TLDR, but I think that in general, a lot of the criticisms are valid, but I think they are expressed in a very confrontational manner that isn't very constructive. You know? I also don't necessarily... I don't really like the... I guess, like, the intent behind the videos about, like, you know, creating a branch of Unreal Engine, but, like, asking for money and stuff so that they can do it. I feel like if you want to make your own, you know, Giga branch of Unreal, you should do that first and then ask for money. You know, or donations or whatever. Rather than, like, you know, if we get heaps of money, then we're gonna magically fix everything that the Unreal, you know, team can't do. Even though, like, obviously the Unreal team is, like the Unreal Engine team, like, they're not idiots, you know? I don't think they are. Didn't do anything with the... Yeah, but they're not going to do anything with any methods. Like, they're just going to do the best they can with whatever fucking, you know, whatever the director tells them to do. But yeah, like I'm not like I'm not a lumen user or a nanite user. But I can appreciate that they're like pushing the envelope and trying new shit. I just wish they didn't like integrate it so heavily. The balls are doing amazing foam smoothing. Like, yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I like how the balls look. And they kind of bounce off, and the ball, you know what I mean? Like, but it's not feasible to spawn God knows how many fucking particles. Oops. Okay. What's the instruction count? Okay, no, that's not that many. Right then, what's the majority of instructions coming from? Is it just? I guess it is the fucking. No, it's not. Oh, well. Oh god, I forgot to. I forgot to limit them so that they only spawn on the water. Now they're spawning everywhere. Usually using parts of trees to build tree variations, or using parts for small file size. Yeah, exactly. Like there's heaps of good ideas. It's just like it all gets a bit fucked. Like there's heaps of good ideas, but there are too many ideas in general. Like, you know, nanite, lumen, PCG, mutable. But I think, you know, yeah, they do occasionally need to just step back, make sure everything that already exists, like, works well and better, and that things haven't fallen to the, you know, to the roadside. Like RVTs. RVTs need some love. Ooh. Big girl, what are you doing? Yeah. Don't think everyone here really cares about the engine beyond their capacity to market it. It's a case where it doesn't matter to their bottom line. Subpar, I've noticed that every new feature half-baked things that sounds good implemented with one item. Yeah, exactly. I agree, like, I think that, yeah, exactly. It is, like, a lot of it is about new shiny thing, which can be a good thing in some ways, because the more people that are, like, involved in the engine means that more people like us can develop and fix shit. Because I think the engine becoming more popular can't be a bad thing. You know? But yeah, there's definitely a lot of, like... There's a lot of shiny shit. Yeah, that looks dope. The what's it called? I think I should draw the normals of the water to the velocity or the deform stuff as well. Although, no, technically that wouldn't give a shit. I don't know. Ugh, that looks goopy, all that grass. Do you ever get to check the shallow rupee? I haven't, but I want to... I could essentially make my own version of it relatively easily. I just don't know if I can be fucked. Because I do need to, like, you see my rivers, right? This is what my rivers look like from a distance. It's just like a fucking spline. Obviously, there'd be foam and shit on it as well, whatever. But then if we go and look at the river in simulation mode, or like in simulation area, it's like, oh wow, that looks like a river. Like that looks like, now we're rivering. But it would be nice to have this like steady simulation baked into the mesh, into the water mesh. I think how I want to do that is with Vertex color. Rather than a render target, because I think they use render targets in the Unreal one, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, we're using render targets now. How the fuck do we blend them together? You know, like the way I blend them together is using, oh, this is a decent method. If I let them go down and then foam. Okay, I can fuck with that. But yeah, I use RVTs to blend flow maps together. I use RVTs for heaps of shit, like the shore waves RVT. Everything's RVTs. But yeah, I mean, there's probably some stuff that I could learn from it, but really all I need to do is just run the water sim in editor to like a dummy render target or a cache render target or something, then do like a geometry script that grabs all of the splines and then assigns them Vertex color, or even UVs might be a better option. Yeah, probably UVs. UVs that then tell it what its fallback and initial state should be. And then I can draw those UVs to the RVT that then, you know, sets the initial state. So, like, here you can see that up here, this water is just being hard set. So if I go this way, it's like, yep, this is what the water should start as. And then, you know. So that's kind of how the rivers work in my system. So they're like dynamically simulated. You can change the amount of flow at runtime. You know, maybe it's flooding, maybe it's in a drought, whatever. You can change the tide level, the wave amount, all that shit's, you know, changeable. But it gets driven by an input from the RVTs. But if I make these are really small. Okay, well now we just can't see them. Oops. Alright, I need to get ready to leave. And then close this down. So right, that's what I said personally. I think many big days feel personally attacked by loop. Mr. Threats, manner of speaking when I say it's implemented with one eye open. Talk about Epic as an organization. The result is what the result is, regardless of the effort of individual developer skill. The point is, skill needs environments in which it can be put to use. So we do scatterbrain to stick to one thing all the way through. Yeah, I agree. I think the engine development is. It's like I'm developing the engine, you know, and I'm like completely spasticated when it comes to like focusing on one thing. Like I'll just go down tangents and just, you know what I mean? So I think that, yeah, the engine is just a bit. The engine just needs some time to breathe, you know? It just needs some time to just sit there for some stuff to be like, oh yeah, this thing's always been really fucked up. I wish we could have fixed that. And then to fix it. One person per new feature. I think there literally is, I think a lot of the, like the, you know, in-house plugin things are done by one guy. But yeah, it's like there's too many solo developers on the engine. It feels like all of the plugins and all of the different features, they're all just like too independent. There's no cohesion, really. And, like, a lot of, like, the base... Like the actor... Just, like, look at the actor class. The actor class has, like, fucking 300 different properties and all these fucking Boolean tick boxes that are, like, never relevant to, like, anything. Except for that one time. But it's like, okay, well, like, why not just... I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just, you know. Procedural do know something about UA and the complaints for views. If you want to make a game, you should look at the other engines. UA will never do what he wants it to do. I think he's very knowledgeable. Or at least, like, if he has a team behind him and whatnot. I think he knows what he's talking about. I just think the way he talks about it is... I don't know. Conflated for, like, the views. Because I think that once you start doing... If you make a video and it works... You know, like, yeah, you make a video that's, like, a technical breakdown, and like, you know, gets, you know, yeah, 50,000 views, cool, nice video, knowledgeable, useful information about how rendering works and what's doing what and how much costs what and whatever. But then you make a video that's like, you know, the end of Unreal Engine spells the end of gaming of all time. And then that does, like, really well. You have to keep going. Like... Yeah, I think it's definitely rage bait. I think it's a mixture. I think it's, like, exaggerated. I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to know with videos. Because, like, some people do genuinely get, like, you know, like, really mad about video games and stuff. But I don't know. Arguments are incredibly bad. I don't think a lot of them are like bad. Saying Episode Edition 33 is worse looking games definitely rage bait. Yeah, I mean that is 100%. I mean that game fucking slapped. Hi, I'm nearly ready. I'm just wrapping up. Hello, Lady Cat. Right, who are we? I guess Crimson started 3 hours ago. Do we have anyone want any recommended raiders? Any Unreals? Doesn't look like it. Did you sleep all good? Oh, you didn't. You can sleep on the train. Or the bus. Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna raid Crim. Who was? Oh, yeah, true. Alright, let's raid. Alright, let's... Sorry? Yeah. I've still got... Do you want to heat mine up? The old 6-hour reheated coffee. Alright. First crimson. Alright, cool. Let's start the raid. I need to get out of here. Anyway, good sesh. We did particles. Did some ideas. I don't know. This is the hardest part of the whole thing. Is just like taking all of the shit that I've done and just wrapping it up in a little plug-in package. Anyway, thanks for watching, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. You're good girl. I wonder if Crimson enabled the redirect, the YouTube redirects. If I go to here, and then I go edit video, and then I go to customize, customization, redirect, add, search, blah blah blah. Yes, it worked. It worked. All right. All right. I'm ending the stream on YouTube now. And the YouTubes are going to watch Crimson stream. Whoa, crazy.